Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner's Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell, okay? I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please, secure.
Hey guys, good morning. Welcome to the live session of Stocks Network Trading. My name is Dave, guys. My partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.
Hey, good morning, everyone. Welcome. Thanks, everyone, for joining Stocks Network Trading. My name is Ron. My partner is Dave. It's good to be back. Thanks, everyone. Appreciate everyone. It is 6 a.m. Eastern, and it is Wednesday, September 24th. So thanks, everyone, for joining. We're going to go for the next 4 hours. So make sure, everyone, you got a nice hot cup of coffee, and we're ready to go. We're going to take a look at... I haven't been here for the start of the week, so what we'll do is real quickly we'll recap today's news, tomorrow, and Friday's news. We'll go over the earnings for pre-market today, after hours, Thursday and Friday this week. And we'll go over just some day-to-day news in the markets, and then we'll get on to the charts, and we'll get started with gold, XAUUSD, and then we'll move over to our indices with US30 and NASDAQ, and later on we'll get ready for Wall Street market open at 9:30. Okay, so hope everyone is having a great week, a great day, and excited to be back here with SST. So thanks everyone for joining on YouTube. We do appreciate you guys. Thank you everyone on Zoom. We do appreciate you guys as well. And if you guys could hit the like button on YouTube, we do appreciate it. Anytime you guys join us, if you're getting value, if you are learning with us on a daily basis, please, if you guys can, hit the like button, subscribe to the channel, and let's have some fun, okay? So what we're going to do today is we're going to get into just starting off. Normally what I always do when I start Mondays with you guys is we go over the entire week's news. But I was away to Chicago for the weekend. My flight got delayed. That's why I missed yesterday. There was some maintenance problems while we boarded the plane, and I got back really late. I was hoping to get back here by midnight and then sleep for a couple hours and then start the session with you guys. I actually got back at 3 a.m., so it only gave me like 2 hours, and then so I had to get a little bit of sleep. So But we're back and everything is good. Okay, so let's take a look at today's news. There was a little bit of news coming out of Europe, some German news. At 9 a.m. we do have some Belgian news. I don't think that's going to impact the markets, which securities we trade. I don't see anything at 8:30 or like 10 a.m. high impact. So, but there is new home sales at 10 a.m. So this is right when we're going to be wrapping up the call here. But if you are trading, it's good to keep an eye on these home sales, pending home sales, now that interest rates have dropped a little bit in the United States with this gentleman, Mr. Powell, when they had the FOMC, that quarter basis point. We'll see how it impacts the markets for home sales in the next month coming up. So we'll keep an eye on that. Also, for all of our oil traders, there's crude oil inventories today at 10:30 a.m. Eastern. This is a weekly folder, so every single week they update the crude oil inventories. It's just like the tomorrow we're gonna have the weekly unemployment claims, so those come out every Thursday. Your crude oil inventories come out every single Wednesday. So if you're a crude oil trader, you hopefully you are paying attention to these folders on a weekly basis, because it does directly impact the supply and demand of oil. And then if we're continuing trade this afternoon, you do have a British MPC member, Green, speaking over here. There is an FOMC member speaking at market close. Then you do, while we move into our Asian session, futures session, there is some Bank of Japan monetary policy news coming out. Okay, not much news-wise today, but it is that midweek Wednesday where we do have to keep an eye on. Maybe there could be a midweek reversal, possibly a midweek continuation, or maybe like a choppy sideways consolidating day going into the end of the week tomorrow. Okay. And if you guys saw yesterday, Powell spoke yesterday. There was a hint of stagflation over here with Powell. Powell signals Federal Reserve to move slowly on interest rate cuts. So you guys remember last week there was the FOMC. They did reduce by a quarter basis point, but then Powell was speaking after. So the Federal Reserve Chair Powell on Tuesday, yesterday, signaled a cautious approach to future interest rate cuts, in sharp contrast with other Fed officials who have called for a more urgent approach. So you can see Powell is kind of taking a slower approach for further rate cuts. So this could impact how we move into the end of the year. So in remarks in Providence, Rhode Island, Powell noted that there are risks to both of the Fed's goals of seeking maximum employment and stable prices. So this is developing news. That's why it had a little impact in the markets yesterday. So you do have to be cautious when you're trading anytime Powell is speaking, okay? And then tomorrow, we'll be back with you guys at the same time, 6 a.m. Eastern. But we'll be coming out of, there's a lot of more high impact news coming out of Europe tomorrow. Swiss, the CHF is your Swiss franc currency. When London market opens up at 3 a.m., 3:30, we do have some monetary policy, some policy rates coming out of Switzerland. We do have their press conference as well at 4 a.m. And then there is some more European folders. So if you are trading tomorrow in the European session, just please be careful trading when there is these high impact folders. But it's more specifically related to the Swiss currency, the Swiss franc over here. And then we start to move into our session. So we'll start tomorrow 6 a.m. And then you can see we start to move into high impact news at 8:30 a.m. So we do have some U.S. folders. We have the U.S. final GDP, gross domestic product, quarter over quarter. It looks like from the previous 3.3%, forecasting no change at 3.3. We'll see if this is, when the actual number comes out, if this is above or below this number or right at 3.3. We also have what I just talked about, these weekly unemployment claims. These come out every single Thursday morning at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. The previous week's actual numbers were 231,000, and this week they're in the forecast is an increase in unemployment by 2,000 individuals to 233. So we'll see if it's a number right around here, 231, 232, 233, there won't be a significant impact. But if this is comes out 253,000, for example, if it's 20,000 above the number, then we might see a significant move in the US dollar, which may impact securities that we are trading at this time. And normally at this time, we're looking at gold, so that could affect gold over here. Then we do have some continuing US folders. We have our US core durable goods. Our durable goods, remember when we see the word core, it's excluding something. So when we're talking about durable goods and we see core, it's excluding transportation items. And then the other folder, durable goods, includes transportation items. And then we get the final GDP price index, goods trade balance, preliminary wholesale inventory. So tomorrow we'll be expecting a little bit more news at this time. And then we start to lead into Wall Street market open tomorrow. We'll have the U.S. existing home sales and a few FOMC speakers speaking tomorrow. It's not Powell, it's the other chairpersons we have. In the FOMC, we have Bowman, Barr, Logan, and Daly speaking tomorrow. And then after market close, again, when we move into Japan and the futures markets, there is some CPI year over year coming out of Japan, okay? And then finally, to finish off the week, Friday, September 26th, we do have not much coming out of Europe, just the Italian 10-year bond auction. Then we have our 8:30 North American block. We have some Canadian GDP month over month, and more specifically a US red folder here, the core PCE price index on Friday. We have some personal income month over month, some personal spending. And then finally, we move into Wall Street. Then we have our revised University of Michigan consumer sentiment reports and our revised University of Michigan inflation expectations. Then that will wrap up our week, and then we'll come back for next week, okay? So that's the news for the rest of the week. Earnings wise, Today in the pre-market, we have Cintas Corporation reporting at 8:30 a.m. Eastern. This is your uniforms at work and things like that. Over here is Cintas. We have Uranium Energy Corporation. We mentioned this company months ago to put on your radar, and it's had some significant gains with uranium over here and nuclear energy. It's really appreciated in share price. So they have their earnings tomorrow morning. I'm curious to see what their earnings will be. Because I have a few shares in uranium energy over here. Thor Industries also. And then today in the after hours, when market closes, we have KB Home, HB Fuller Company, Stitch Fix, Steelcase, and Worthington Steel. I don't think these are going to have a significant impact on S&P 500, NASDAQ, or US30. But if you are trading these individually or through an option chain, I would be paying attention to earnings if you're trading these individual companies. Okay. Tomorrow morning in the pre-market, we have Accenture Limited, CarMax, BlackBerry Limited, and a few others. Again, I'm looking for those big names that we're familiar with, like Nvidia, Google, Amazon, Apple, Microsoft. The big banks in the United States, Bank of America, BlackRock. We're looking at like Wells Fargo, just those big names, and I don't see them tomorrow. This is a big name, so this is one I would circle on your list. Pay attention to this. If you do trade Dow Jones, this is one of those big box retail stores over here. This is Costco wholesale. So most of us here, if you are in North America, shop at Costco. It's that big box retail store. I go shopping here on a weekly basis on the weekends. So I will be watching this. Costco Wholesale Corporation will give us a good indication of retail spending. So they report on Thursday after the close at 4:15 p.m. They're looking at earnings per share, $5.82, and a quarterly revenue of just above $86 billion. So we'll see tomorrow after hours if they beat the EPS, if they beat the revenue, and also forward guidance. Listening to forward guidance going into our holiday season, are they forecasting more spending, more consumers coming into the store? They might also like an average of a cart, what your grocery cart. They might give an average of how much consumers are spending for their average grocery cart. I know when I go in here, even if I'm looking to buy one thing at Costco, it never happens. I'm always filling up a grocery cart, and I can never leave with just one item here. So tomorrow after hours, this is a big name. This is one I would pay attention to. Is Costco. Could give us also some guidance going into October, November, and December into Christmas and the holiday season. Then we have Concentrix Corporation, Lightpath, and Legacy. I would be more concerned with Costco over here. Just like Costco, when we look at Walmart's, Costco, Target's, Home Depot's, Lowe's, Rona's, those big box stores. Okay, so that's tomorrow in the after hours. Friday, normally Fridays are a very light day when it comes to earnings. More are in the pre-market and very few are in after hours Fridays, and sometimes there's nothing on Fridays in the after hours. Tomorrow we have Not Offshore and KRKR in the pre-market, and then finally after hours Friday we have nothing to report. Okay, so the biggest one, the remaining of the week is that Costco, what I just mentioned. Okay, in the news right now, there's lots going on in the news this week. It's hard to keep up with all of the news every single day because there's always developing stories. AI's big power problem sets natural gas up for a boom. Big tech's AI ambitions will strain the U.S. power grid. Natural gas is positioned to meet demand. So this is where, when you see an article like this, maybe it's good to look at some natural gas securities, throw them on your watch list, keep an eye on them, do your charting, things like that. Don't just go blindly into a trade. Observe, watch, create your watch list, keep things Look for support levels, resistance levels. See how it's been trading the last year, last 6 months, last 3 months. Bring it down to the monthly, weekly, then start your daily analysis. Things like that. That's how you should go about looking at how to expand your trading and looking for some securities, okay? US stock futures tick up after record-setting rally stalls. Guys, I was in Chicago over the weekend. It was amazing. I went to the Chicago Board of Exchange. I saw the Chicago stock market. I went on there through a tour over there. It was unbelievable. Chicago is a beautiful city. If you guys have not been to Chicago, I highly recommend you visit it. It's a historic city. It is beautiful down there. The downtown Chicago, the skyline is unbelievable, guys. Anyone that lives in Chicago, you guys are very lucky. It's beautiful over there. Tony, I ate a lot. I ate pizza. I don't even want to look at pizza for another month. Those deep dish pizzas, I tapped out after 2 slices. I thought I could eat a whole medium, Tony. We went to Uno and Giordano's, and I tapped out. But Tony, those we went to Al's and Portillo's. Oh my God, those hot Italian beef sandwiches. Those things are amazing. Oh my God. Those are really good. But food in Chicago is unbelievable, guys. Okay, and this security, Alibaba, soars after hiking AI budget past the $50 billion mark. Alibaba is on a tear right now. I believe they are up big in the pre-market right now, almost 10%. They are trading at almost $180 a share. We mentioned Alibaba back few months ago when it was trading at $115 a share, $120 a share, and now it's trading at $180 a share this morning, up 10% in the pre-market. So Alibaba is on a tear right now. Guys, it's important when you see something, add it to your watch list, okay? And then that's how you can determine, is it appreciating in value? Where's support levels? Is it dropping? Things like that. It's good to add good securities to your watch list, and if you know a little bit about them as well. Okay. Lithium, America surges as Trump admin seeks state. So, Trump's admin is looking to take positions in multiple securities. We're seeing that develop over the last few months. They took a position in Intel, taking positions in multiple securities. So why stop there when they can add more? So, follow the money, guys. It's a good habit to follow the money, right? Follow the trail they leave behind, and you can be investing as well with Trump's admins. Okay, they make it public what they're looking at, what they're purchasing. Crypto giant Tether seeks funding at $500 billion valuation. Disney Plus hikes prices for 4th straight year amid Kimmel fallout. So if you guys heard the controversy with Jimmy Kimmel, he was out, but he's back in. I think he was live last night. I was in bed. I didn't get to see it, but Jimmy Kimmel is back. Micron shares rise as earnings beat lifts AI hopes. So we had Micron earnings also this week with a beat. What else we got over here? Okay, so I'm just going to go through this a little bit quicker over here. Costco, okay, we talked about that. Costco's earnings are coming up. Analysts like this stock, but expect volatility ahead. Okay, so we'll see how Costco has their earnings tomorrow after hours. Nike, some of you guys wear their clothing. Some of you guys shop at these retail stores. Nike's 2025 comeback, how the sneaker stock is approaching break even. Britain's JD Sports says Nike is doing all the right things to lift sales. Mercedes appoints new technology production chiefs, and Eli Lilly's boss calls UK the worst European country for drug prices. So that's what's going on in the markets. Micron outpaces Q4 estimates, shares powerful Q1 guidance. So you might see Micron in the green after all of this, okay? And right now, in the futures, S&P 500, you can see the markets are pretty flat. S&P is up 0.16%. Dow it's basically break even, flat 0.02%, and NASDAQ is leading the way up 0.3% right now, okay? So just continue moving forward. Our Discord, we sent a few signals out throughout the days. Yesterday there was this one to look for a long on US30 at 46,400, and you can see how the price kind of bounced off of 46,400, came back, retested it, held, and then you had that big move right there, right around noon yesterday. That was when Powell was making remarks in the markets and things like that. Okay, so you always got to use caution when you're trading anytime you have high impact news or speakers like Powell. Trump also speaks throughout the day. He could say anything that could impact the markets. So anytime you got those speakers, you got to also use your proper risk management when you're trading, because we can't control what happens with the price, but what we can control is our risk management, guys. Okay. And just going forward, thank you to everyone on YouTube. We do appreciate you guys. Almost 250 viewers, guys. If you guys can hit the like button, we do appreciate it. Subscribe to the channel if you haven't already. Also, there is this free Telegram channel. It's pinned at the top of YouTube, available for you guys. So you guys do get all of our links to all of our live sessions when we go live. You get some samples of our trade ideas sent out to the group over here, and the trade management. Yeah, guys, this is the Chicago Stock Exchange right over here. I went to the United Center. I was there for the Chicago Bears Dallas Cowboys game. The Soldiers Field is a historic field over there. But I also went to the United Center where the Chicago Bulls play. I'm a big Bulls fan growing up. Michael Jordan was my favorite athlete over here. He is the greatest of all time. So I got to see his statue. I got to see a piece of the court over here, the historic court. That was at the football game. Unfortunate, Dallas Cowboys suck, but it was a good time out there. And guys, just some recaps, and you guys in the chat on YouTube, shout outs to all of you guys. And basically everything we do here at SST is available for you guys here in the free Telegram, okay? And this is our website, guys. If you do want to join the team, we'd love to have you guys join the team. You get to be part of the private Discord, get to be part of all of the education with myself and Coach Dave through courses, webinars, long-form boot camps, and long-form webinars over here. We're going to go back to our Sunday morning sessions with the Lifetimers starting this Sunday. We're going to get back to it, get back into the routine. So we'll see how all of our Lifetimers are doing, and we'll be doing a check-in on Sunday morning with the team. And guys, the free blog is also available for all of you guys on our website. So if you go to more and click on the blog, tomorrow, this is tomorrow we have our weekly unemployment claims. Here's the blog. If you just scroll down, maybe read a little bit about it, maybe get a good understanding of what to expect tomorrow with unemployment claims, what they are, and give you a little heads up about it. We might be coming in the next few weeks with our PPI news, CPI news. These are high impact US folders. There's some breakdowns, blogs about them. And also here's the one FOMC retail sales. And yeah, guys, so let's get into it, guys. If you guys wouldn't mind hitting the subscribe button if you haven't subscribed yet. Our goal is to get to 86,000 in the next few weeks. So that's what we're looking forward to. And then hopefully we can get to 100,000 and help lots of traders around the world with everything. Okay, guys, so let's get into this. Gold right now, we're going to do an analysis on gold. It is starting to push down. You can see when it hit up here like around 37.80 just after London market opened up at 340. Since then it's been making a lower low, came back up, lower high, new lower low down in there, came back up, lower high, and now it's continued push down. So we're going to see maybe how far down it can come down before it finds some support. We'll see if it has one more leg to come back up. But again, it could be now pushing down on the shorter time frames. So you can see it made that new lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. This could continue pushing out. Even if it comes back up, it could be another lower high and continue pushing down. So in order to turn this bullish, like to reverse this trend that's coming down, we maybe got to start to see some closing volume, blue volume closing above 3765 up here, maybe also like 3768 up here. But we'll follow this as we go through. I'm going to go to the daily, 4 hour, hourly, then we'll bring it into the 5 minutes. Okay, guys? And yeah, guys, so good morning. Thanks everyone for joining. Welcome everyone on Zoom. Do appreciate you guys. Welcome Conrad, good morning. Lukeman, good morning. Mike, welcome. Thanks for joining. Reese, good morning. Forksborix, thank you for joining. Brandon, appreciate you. Everything you do in the Discord for the team, thank you. Much appreciated. SSDN, welcome. Tony, yeah, welcome. Yep, that's the house that Mike built. You're absolutely correct. It's beautiful. Chicago's beautiful, Tony. Wow. It's really nice. I was surprised how I was last time I was there was when I was really young. I was a kid, went to the United Centers as a teenager, but never really experienced the downtown core. And it's really nice. The friendliest people. You know, Chicago gets, I think, a bad image from the media and things like that. I had nothing but love in Chicago. The friendliest people. Oh my God, friendlier than here in Canada, to tell you the truth. It was beautiful. Very nice people over there. Ferdinand, good morning. Sarah, welcome. Sergio, thanks for joining. Kyle, welcome. Okay, guys. And everyone on YouTube, we do appreciate you guys as well. Thanks, everyone, for joining. A good morning. Mental, welcome. Ivan, good morning. Thanks for joining. Arun, welcome. Good morning, guys. Image Build Share, welcome. Good morning. Good morning, guys. Thank you, guys. Solomon, good morning. Thank you to you for joining. Mohammed, welcome. Welcome, brother. Okay, guys. So let's get started. I'm going to get started with gold. Okay, so if you guys are with me on the charts, I'm going to do a top-down analysis. I know it's moving down. Maybe some of you guys are already in a sell or maybe looking to buy. I can't just jump in blindly in a trade right now. I haven't done any analysis on the higher time frames, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to get started looking at the not at the monthly, at the daily, and start to bring it down. Okay, so we've got the big push. Look at it. It's still like gold has been unstoppable, guys. It's been unstoppable. Ever since we broke this previous all-time high right here from 3,500, you can see now what has happened. So that was the previous all-time high. We did have this previous zone right below us right here that we've been watching for since back April of this year. Okay, that's when it came to the double top, continued to drop down. Again, it came in here, pushed back down. Fourth time came in here, pushed back down. And then you can see we finally got a bar close above it at the end of August, and then we started the new month, September, and that's where gold has not looked back. So it's been on a tear as of late, trading to 3,800 all-time high. You know, we're not too far away from that 4,000 mark. But maybe it needs like a significant pullback and then can refuel back up to see if it can get up to 4,000. But this zone below us that was red, below that previous all-time high 3,500, is now a demand zone. If it ever comes back down to 3,400, that might be a good swing position available for a lot of us to maybe entertain a buy, but you can see the price is nowhere near there. Okay, so what I would do in these situations, very simple. You normally draw a daily line right around 50% of a block, and I place a yellow line and I place an alert. Okay, the alert is there. It's going to be there for tomorrow, next week, next month, next year, depending. Whenever gold wants to come back down into that block and trade in there, I will get an alert at 3,400. That doesn't mean I just buy blindly. It means that I get an alert to watch and see, maybe it bounces out of here, maybe it retests this 2 times, and then I look for a double bottom. Maybe the double bottom has the stronger leg, and then I could look for a buy to take it back up, right? I can go to any specific time frame that I trade. If I'm a swing trader, I would be focusing maybe on the 4-hour time frame. Or in daily. If I'm more of an intraday trader, I would be focusing on maybe the 15-minute, 30-minute, 1 hour inside of there. And if I'm a scalper, I would be focusing on the 1 minute, 5-minute, 15-minute inside of there as well. Okay, so you can see we're above that previous all-time high, so it's no longer an orange line. It's now turned into just a daily point of interest, 3,500. Now I can start to see some levels above us. Remember this bullish flag pattern right over here that we saw developing, where we boxed it the last few weeks. Now you can see it is still that flag pattern, but you can see how it held support right there. It held support. This is where gold was bearish for 2 days. It came down, but look at what it came right down into on September 18, right in there. And then we started up on Friday, big push on Friday, starting this week, Monday. Massive move on gold, big bullish candle. We continued yesterday, getting to a new all-time high, 37.92. And today we've got this spin top doji candle with some indecision. We're right back to the opening day price. So are we going to come back down to the lowest point today, maybe push a little further down, trade into maybe 50% of this bullish candle on Monday that started our week? Or are we going to continue to push back up today and try for a new all-time high? So today we've got that indecision candle, okay? This right here, guys, if we can all stretch this zone into the future, that's that bullish flag pattern that's holding. You can see clearly how it's support. It could be demand into the future. So same thing what I did with this zone, let's do the same thing with this one. Again, you can kind of pinpoint. I like to do 50% of everything, 50% of a candle, 50% of a zone. It just gives you that psychological 50%. If you want to go top, you're welcome to, right at the top. If you want to also place one at the bottom, you're welcome to. I like to do in the middle, right at the middle, Same thing. So I got my zone, stretched it out into the future, yellow line. I right click and I place an alert, okay? So this could be more of a zone that could get transacted in the next few days, next few weeks. So if gold comes back down to there, again, look for either a buy out of there. However, if it does close below, you flip that zone red, it could turn into resistance momentarily. Maybe we'll come back up and retest it, a lower high, then it turns kind of into supply over time, and then we could be pushing down to here, right? So before it comes all the way down there, it maybe needs to transact in that zone, okay? So that's above us. Now continuing of points of interest, I can see right here where we pushed up, there's a pivot point where it stopped right there, body. I can see a wick, how high it went, but the body right there and a body opened, then we pushed down. So right here, there's a point of interest on the daily, yellow line, 3688, 3690, right around there. And then we can see Monday how strong gold was, okay? So you can see we are nowhere near pulling back, but let's start to do some analysis on it. Hopefully you guys have done Monday's candle analysis already, but I'll help you guys and show you what I do, okay? So first thing is I identify 50% of this big bullish candle from the opening price to the closing price. So if I'm just guessing where's 50% of it, I would assume that that's 50% of it, okay? That's just guessing, but we don't need to guess, right? We can grab our Fibonacci tool. It's a very good tool to use. Please, guys, add this to your toolbox. It's a very handy tool and can help pinpoint with accuracy exactly where points of control are and 50% is. So did you see what I just did there? I just pulled it out of my toolbox and I just brought it from the opening price to the closing price, right? And then the Fibonacci does the rest. I've taken off, if you look at my settings, I've taken off, I've unchecked the 236, I've unchecked the 786. I only have checked off the 0 to 1, whether I'm placing it at the opening price, closing price, or if it's a bearish candle, opening and closing price. I have the 382, what I'm looking for, the 618, and the 0.5, the psychological midpoint. So you can see what it plots. There's that 0.618, this yellow line. There's my 0.5, and then there's my 382. So you see my yellow line that I placed where I was guessing where 50% was, I was very, very close. So, but right there, if I just pull it down, now I'm 100% accurate. And it's a nice number, 3,715. Also, now I can see where my point of control is, right there. It's those Fibonacci ratios. The one above in this situation is 618, and the one below is the 382. You might have these inverted, okay? So if you have the 382 on the top and your 618 on the bottom, it's okay. It's just you have it reversed, like right over here. If you click on the settings again, I can reverse it. If I reverse it, you see now how my 618 is on the bottom and my 382 is on the top. I'm not necessarily looking for like retracements. I'm looking for points of control, okay? So what I do now is I identify the zone right there by using that Fibonacci tool, and it's a bullish zone because look at the bullish volume, how it closed above, and we get in the habit of identifying that point of control and stretching it into the future, okay? Hopefully everyone on the call understands why we do this and how to do this, okay? It's not that difficult, but now I've got Monday's point of control. Monday is also a very important day because it's the start of the week. So we have the weekly point of control, the weekly bullish point of control, right? So what I could also do is with that 50% marker, the yellow line, I can add an alert right at it, okay? So you can see I have now 3 alerts on my chart, all the way at this it's over here, this deep zone, where I don't think gold is going to retrace anytime soon down in here, but if it does, I'm prepared for it. Okay. I also have an alert at this zone. It has transacted in here. It may come back in here. I'll be ready for it. Also now, if it retraces back down this week, coming down into there, it might come back into the weekly point of control, and the buyers might be still there pending to buy. Because you can see we have not came back into here. So there could be a lot of pending buyers that missed out early this week on Monday. See the next day, Tuesday, it was bearish, but it stopped right there, okay? I'll place a yellow line just so you guys can see, we stopped right there. So we have not traded anywhere below 3,736. So that's why if it does come back down, there could be a lot of pending buyers waiting right in that block, to get activated and then to continue to take it back up, okay? So we should acknowledge that, right? And then now I can see, let's follow how we were trading Monday. We closed right near the high, we opened right here, and it was initially bearish yesterday. That was the low of the day. We came back up to the opening price, a shorter wick, and it filled that wick, and we continued very bullish yesterday where it came all the way up. This was a big blue candle. We got up to 37.90. That is a new all-time high. So that's my orange all-time high line up there where I mark it. And it's just below 3,800. Then when it got up there, 37.90 yesterday, there was some selling pressure, which pushed it back down to the opening price. The closing price was right there, and that's today's opening price. So that's where I place a yellow line, point of interest. That's where we closed, and then I can see where we opened today. Now we can see today's direction. Where we opened, it was initially bearish. Where it came down, this was a black candle coming down, and it stopped right there. There's my lowest point of the day today so far. There's my purple line. I identify lows and highs of a daily candle with a purple line, and I can see when it came down there, it is still above yesterday's open. It's still above here, so it technically has a higher low. We're still above our weekly point of control, so it is still bullish. Then when it got this support at the lowest point of the day, it came back up to the opening position, and then you can see the candle momentarily flipped bullish today, where it was a big blue candle coming all the way back up, and that's the highest point we got up to so far today. So that's our purple high, and you can see it is a spin top candle with indecision, basically a 50-50. It opened and it was selling pressure, and then it came back to the opening price, and then the buyers pushed it right back up to here, and then sellers pushed it right back down. So we're virtually right back at the opening price today. We still have 10 hours to go before this candle closes, so we will identify where it closes, how it closes, when it closes in 10 more hours, okay? But what I like to know, what I see is it came back up to the highest point today, and it's got a lower high from the all-time high, okay? So what I do from today's high and our all-time high is I draw a little red zone, a red block up here, because if we do come back up here, I want to see how it transacts in this red zone. Is this going to continue to hold, and more offers now are going to be coming in this red block and continue to push it down? Because this is where we might start to see buyers getting exhausted from buying at these all-time highs, and then this is where maybe today, tomorrow, going into next week, we could start to see maybe gold cooling off here and start pushing down, but when it comes down here, we have to acknowledge that buyers are pending in there. It could get in there, come back up, but then we look for, again, like a lower high, and then we can start maybe a trend coming down. Then we'll start to see one leg down, lower low, a new leg coming up, lower high, and then we break that block and we continue lower lows, okay? However, it could just continue to consolidate right here, and buyers could continue to ask, and then we break through here, and then we're driving for a new all-time high. So you can see that from, it's been doing that for the past few weeks, right? So there's been some selling pressure, but nothing broke down. So we could have another selling leg coming down, but it could fall into support and continues going back up. So what we got to start to see maybe is like double tops, you know, breaking necklines, where I can see like this leg is coming up. I can start to see it's failing up there. Maybe it needs to come back down, you know, maybe find some support right there. Maybe it comes back up again. That's why I stretch things into the future. And then it could be, there's the double top, and then there's the neckline to break that. Then we could start to maybe see selling pressure coming into the market. And then the second leg traditionally might be the stronger selling leg. However, it's still bullish. You know, if you look at your RSI indicator, I know this is trapping a lot of sellers, is this daily RSI, because it's been overbought since we broke out right over here, early September, and it has not really cooled back off. You know, it's still overbought and it's still driving. Just a reminder of RSI. When it is above 70, 75, 80, 85. I know it's a sell signal for most traders that use this indicator, suggesting that it is overbought and it's time to sell. But also, anything above 70 to 100 is an area of strength. So that's what's dictating this price continuing to drive to all-time highs. So you have to be very careful with that indicator. I know it's suggesting it's overbought. We can clearly see that with the daily bar candles, but we got to be cautious up there, okay? So the trend is still bullish, but we could entertain some sells in the near future, okay? Today is just a spin top candle. Now let's break down today's volume with a 4 hour, okay? So now we can see 4 hour candles are maybe producing the second leg with the lower high, okay? So now we get more context now when we start to break down the daily candle. So looking at the 4 hour, we can see it came in there. There's that red all-time high supply zone, and then we came back down. Here's our support zone, neckline. And then we can see it came back up during 10 p.m. to 2 a.m. There's London, the European 4 hour volume, this black candle. So when it came back up, you can see it's a lower high and they're pushing it down. So this is that point, that nice psychological point, this purple line, 3,750. If we can get 4 hour volume or hourly breaking down and closing down in here, that purple line, 3750, could become the resistance that takes us down to that block. We could sell from 3750 down to 3715 in here. And then when it comes in here, we have to watch what happens, because it could trigger all of those pending buyers waiting, and then it could come back up, right? But it could also, if the selling pressure is coming down heavy, it could possibly break this and close below there. Then we, same zone, we flip it red as we're coming back up. They might reject it, then we're coming back down, okay? So you can see that the 4 hours are developing some sort of selling pressure. And there's how it looks exactly. So the way how I mapped it out, that could be, you know, developing. When we're looking for M tops, double tops, that would be traditionally where the double top is, right? You see the bodies of volume, the 4 hour candles are right at 50% of that red block, and they came up there. There's the neckline coming back up, but you see it didn't come up for the second top right in there. It's a lower high, signaling that the sellers have lowered their offers right down here. So this could be that leg pushing down, right? We still have 3 hours and 16 minutes to go before this 4 hour candle closes. So that's why we're going to continue going down to the hourly. Then we're going to go down to the 15 minute, finally to the 5 minute, okay? So this is an area, now what I can see on the 4 hour, where it comes down towards this purple line, it goes back up, comes down right there, closed, and then the next 4 hour candle came down right to that purple line, big bullish candle came back up. So you can see that there's a little bit of supporting evidence right here. So what I do is I make a green block right there. I do this mainly for you guys as well, to illustrate that when we're selling, we could be selling where there is some 4-hour buyers, because it's showing us it came down and then there's a wick that went right back up. We closed right into it. It came right in there, and look at the big bullish candle that produced out of there. Now we could be coming back down into here. So we got to really watch and see, can the sellers break through and close below this so that we can flip this red on the hourly and maybe push down further? Or is it going to just come down in here again and then it's going to go back up, right? So that's what we have to keep our eyes on today, is this specific zone right in here, especially this purple line, today's low, 3,750. It's a nice psychological number there. You know, it's not just that 50, but it's that 750. You know, when we talk about 3,700, then the next 25 or 250, those psychological numbers, 3,700, 250. The next one is 3,500. Then you got your 3,750. Your next one is 4,000, right? If we continue to go up on these bigger numbers, would be 4,250, 4,500, 4,750. Then we get to 5,000, right? It's a live auction. So these are those blocks that we have to particularly watch, okay? And that's what we'll watch. But let's just, recap how it's coming from Europe. This is Europe's volume. 2 a.m. to 6 a.m. We opened, it was initially bullish, it came up lower high from here, from here, from here. So it is trending down. If you want to draw a 4-hour trend line starting from the all-time high, just connecting the dots from a wick right there, from one wick to the next one, you got point A to point B. You can continue to push down, push down, push down, and you see how I have the wick continuing with the line going down, going down. I can see there was European, the 4-hour candle that broke impulsively, but came back down and closed below it. And we're still below this 4-hour trend line, right? So you can draw the trend line. It looks like a descending triangle, right? It's descending. It's like I was in a plane on the weekend and it was coming down slowly to descend to the ground. So the plane is coming down and here's the descending triangle. So this is what we got to watch. It's a flat bottom descending. So this is what we got to watch. When it comes up, your traditional M pattern, and now with that lower high suggesting it is pushing down, but we got to see the reaction right here. Will it come down? Will it break this for a new low, retest this and continue to drop? Or is it going to bounce off this and come back up? So right now, technically, it is bearish on the 4 hours, pushing down. So that's our trend line. So this trend line came from 4-hour, so it's an hourly. So anything I do on the 4-hour or 1H, I like to use a white line, letting me know that that's plotted on a 4-hour or a 1-hour, okay? So we're continuing push down. Europe came down to that daily point of interest, closed right there. Look how it opened. It basically opened bearish ignited. It produced a new low and we're right here, okay? So it's got a little bit of wick. Let's look at now on the 1 hour, how everything looks. So see how I dissected from the daily, 4-hour, now I'm on the hourly. So I can start to see what time it was really bullish. It looks like Tuesday, 4 a.m., right after coming out of London, and 5 a.m., gold was very bullish. That's what took us to our all-time high. Then we consolidated 6 a.m., 7 a.m. There's COMEX, 8 a.m. I can see this was Wall Street, 9 a.m. There's 10 a.m., 11. There was noon yesterday. Here's where it came up, 1 p.m., mid-afternoon. This is when COMEX market closes at 1:30 p.m. Then we had 2 p.m. This is a new 4-hour candle as well in the market. Big bearish candle coming down. And you can see where we're finding the supporting level. Right in this block. It came back up, pushing back up. But notice, guys, did anyone, I wasn't with you guys yesterday, but hopefully you did. This is a big bearish engulfing candle. Did you figure out 50% of this candle? Same thing. Opening, closing price. I can find my point of control and also 50% of that candle. There's the 0.5. I plotted it on the hourly, so it's a white line. So then I can see when it came in, back down. Came in, back down. Came in, back down. Came in, back down. Came in, they pushed it all the way back down. When it comes in the green block, it's going back up, going back up. Here's where the bar closed above at midnight last night. And then we pushed at 1 a.m. We were barcoding 2 a.m. There's London, 3 a.m., 4 a.m., a big bearish engulfing candle, and this is what's pushing down right now. 5 a.m. we came down, back up, and here's the big bearish candle coming down at 6 a.m. This hourly candle is closing in 11 minutes. So let's watch. Will it close below this yellow daily line, and maybe next hour we're going to continue to trend down into this green box, or they're going to reverse this thing to come back up, right? So on the hourly, you know, if you really wanted to continue with your charting, you could find the hourly point of control of that big bearish candle. If you kept it, you know, red, going across red, then you see that wick come in back down. Nothing really closed above here. There was the first bar that did close above. It retested, but then you see the bar is now back down. So that could be your hourly resistance also going into the future, okay? Then when you're done that, get rid of your Fibonacci sequence and continue. Let's watch this thing. So I could consider all of this as, I'll show you guys right here, okay? So this is all one top. Consider this. This is where you can clean up all of the garbage now. You know, consider all of this as one top. Consider, you know, this is a double bottom where it came down, back down, double bottom. Consider that all as one bottom, right? And then you can see it coming all back up right now. But you see, it didn't come all the way and transact up there for that double top. They've lowered it right there. So that's your lower shoulder. It's hinting that they want to push the market down. The offers have substantially came down to right here. And this is the next leg coming down. So you can see right there on the hourly, it looks like an M pattern. There's the support. If this was a 5-minute setup, if these were 5-minute candles, I would be looking to either buy out of this green box back up, or I would be looking to see if the sellers can close below here. And then when it comes back up, I flip this green zone red, then I continue selling down with it. Or I watch for fake outs, multiple things to watch for here. But it looks like the hourly has a double top with a lower shoulder that wants to continue to push down, okay? So we'll continue to watch that. Let's go into now the lower time frames, the 5 minutes. These are our scalp candles. Normally right here, then I can see, wow, there was a significant drop right here. Going into 3 p.m. yesterday, the power hour came down deep in there, came back up. I can see how the 5-minute candles are coming in this green zone, back up. They came deep down into that green zone, back up. Even the 5-minute candles came up, back down. You know, I can see where it hit the highest point of the day, at what time it was exactly, 3:40 a.m. Eastern, about 40 minutes after the London market opened up. And since then, the 5-minute candles have been pushing down, lower low, came back up, lower high, came back down, new lower low. It came back up with that lower high. They pushed it back down, new lower low. Came back up with that lower high, and now we might be pushing for a new lower low. But when we come into this green box, this is more of a support zone. So you can see right now on the 5-minute candles where they found support, right in here, right? You can see when they came up, there it came down, held support back, big bullish candle, came back down, impulse all the way down there, but look at the volume still holding. And you see this, it's roughly like 50% of this green zone, right? But I'll just keep it with those current bodies right there. So if it does come down into here, we could be looking for a good buy at 3,754.55 area to take it back up. However, if it comes in here and continues doing this, you know, we could see it continue to go down, okay? So what we got to watch for is number one, we are below this hourly red box. We are below our 4-hour trend line. We have closed with 5-minute volume below our daily point of interest, so it is still bearish. If I was to draw a parallel channel just off of these 5-minute candles from the highest point of the day, that's the channel we're in right now, okay? So you see how it came up, we came back down. The dotted line in this channel is exactly 50% of the channel. It's that psychological midpoint, is the volume below the dotted line or above the dotted line. So you can see when it came down here, it was a green zone, came back up, and then the parallel channel continued to push it back down. Now so we're still in this parallel channel, bearish channel, pushing down. In order to get bullish, we got to find some buyers that can maybe start to close it out of the channel and build to take it back up. I don't see that yet. So this is bearish now. So what we could be doing is we could be looking to sell. Like if it comes back up here to this, we could sell it back down, right? If it continues to go down bearish. However, if it breaks out of this channel, it could signal momentarily strong momentum to continue to break out of here, okay? So what we can do is we'll just continue to watch this now. The time is 6:53. We're about 6-7 minutes away from a new hourly candle opening up at 7 a.m. Let's just add our SST daily bar indicators so we know our daily candle, what it looks like right over here. It's not the greatest daily candle. We know we had an opening position where it was initially bullish at the open, came back down, all the way down to the lowest point, and then buyers brought it right back up. So we're right here with some bearish volume. We're not too far away from the opening balance. We're only about $3 away, 30 pips away from here, okay? And then we'll also add a 9 EMA is this green line. The volume on the 5 minutes is below the 9 EMA. Taha, what is my stop loss? I'm not even in a trade right now. You got to pay attention. I'm just doing top-down analysis. Guys, pay attention, please. You know, you got to pay attention. I'm just doing analysis right now. I never even said I was in a trade or even looking to take a trade. I'm analyzing the markets right now, okay? Good morning, Nigel. Welcome. Promillo, good morning. Okay, so what we're going to do is we're going to continue to watch this. Oh, sorry. My apologies, Taha. You're answering someone else. Okay. My bad, guys. Okay, do you guys have any questions about that analysis? Hamza, why don't I use an OB, an order block? What do you mean, an order block? What are these blocks that I just placed in the market? What are they? Are they not order blocks? I don't know, you tell me. Is it just another name for these zones? If that's what it is, I don't care what you call these zones. That's what type of trader I am. I don't give a shit what you call these zones. You can call them order blocks. You can call them Mickey Mouse blocks. I don't care what you call them. I know what they represent, okay? I don't care what the name is. I know that red is sellers, green is buyers. That's it. That's all you got to know in trading. You can call it whatever you want. Just know what they are. I see a lot of traders today are just getting more concerned with what these blocks are called and forgetting what they do. And that's why you're struggling. Most traders are struggling because they're too worried about the names of these zones, blocks, whatever you want to call them. And if it's not the right name, then you're thrown off. That's why I don't care what the names are. I'm not concerned about the names. That's why I color code them. Okay, so guys, we got to really watch in the next 3.5 minutes because we have a new hourly candle opening up. An hourly candle is much more higher time frame than just these 5-minute candles. So what I see is if we close down here, an hourly is still closing below a daily point of interest. We're still closing below this red block. It could continue to possibly push down. Yep. Sorry, Sina, is the SST signal is active? Yeah, we had the SST signal below 3764. So 3764 is right here. So if you are in a sell, there's volume that closed below. It did come back up to retest this location and right there. So if you're in that, you know, it's up 30-40 pips right now. So it is currently active in a sell. Okay. I'll also place like a marker right here. So this is 3764. I would say like right here is where we have an active SST sell. So we'll watch and see if it comes back out and retest this location. Guys, thank you guys. 400 viewers on YouTube. If you guys can hit the like button, we appreciate it. If you haven't, subscribe to the channel. We're going to do some analysis on NASDAQ and US30 after COMEX market opens. So we're going to spend some time with gold, guys. So don't forget, like, subscribe to the channel. So it is coming back up bullish right now on the 5 minutes. We're getting a new hourly candle opening in 50 seconds. So we have our 9 EMA and our yellow daily point of interest. So even if it comes back up, you know, it could come back up. Maybe it could go back down, right? So we got to watch and see here. If we are looking to buy, we are, you know, counter trading this bearish move right now. But we could overall be looking, you know, for buys holding on a higher time frame above here. But right now, it's clearly in a trend coming down. Lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high, lower low. It could be developing maybe a second bottom to come back up. But we'll continue to watch this thing here. Best thing to do in trading is when you figure out a current trend is to trade with that trend, right? They always say the trend is your friend until the end. So right now, the trend is showing me it's moving down, coming back up, lower high, moving to a new low. Coming back up, lower high, to a new low. Coming back up, it's a lower high, but we don't have any new lower lows breaking that wick right there. So you can see it is holding now a little bit of support at this red line right here. When it came down there, there, and there, it didn't break for that new low to continue to push down. So this is where, you know, we've got to show a little respect that buyers are coming in, holding the price right now, okay? We could be consolidating right here, and it could maybe continue to push down, okay? So this is the start of 7 a.m. What we could also do is take a look at our hourly close. So you see that hourly candle. So even on our hourly, we have that big bearish engulfing candle coming down at 4 a.m. We had this hourly low come back up, close with that bearish volume. Our previous hourly candle did push down for a new lower low and close below that daily yellow line. Okay, so we're going to see if it can continue to hold hourly volume below that daily low, daily yellow line and continue maybe to push lower, or will the buyers get above there and push it back up? But when we're coming back up, we could be transacting right into 50% of that bearish hourly candle, right in that red zone. Okay, so that's what we got to watch for there. We might have to wait for the first 5-minute candle to close. That would represent the first 5 minutes of the new hourly candle open. So I can see it came down bearish, bearish, bearish. It tested that dotted line in that parallel channel. So it's above that 50% psychological dotted line. And now we're trending up to the upper half of this parallel channel with a bullish candle coming right up. So now it's testing that yellow line. And you can see today's daily candle right here. It's a spin top. We're right back to our opening position. So this is where it could flip. It could turn blue and continue to come right back up, but we got this red block above us. If sellers can continue to hold this down, we might push down further, okay? So this is where it kind of gets a little tricky in here. When you've got a daily candle that looks like this, there's no trend currently in our daily candle. It's just consolidating. You know, it was bullish. It was very bullish today when we got to the highest point. Then sellers stepped in and pushed it all the way down to the lowest point, and now buyers are, you know, bought it right back up to, we're essentially right back to the opening price. Okay, so buyers could step in and bring it right back up, or sellers could come in and push it right back down. This is where it gets kind of confusing when we're trading candles like this. Like, when you see other days where it's a big bullish candle, it's a clear direction. It's bullish, and we could be buying pullbacks, right? Or it could be a big bearish candle, and we're selling those pullbacks. But on a day like this, we have to be careful, okay? So I'm not in a trade right now. I'm just looking. But right now, I can see a bullish candle coming right back up to that yellow line. And that yellow line is a very important line because it's today's opening price. Okay, so it got rejected. Okay, and then you see the 5-minute candle kind of resembles the daily candle. All candlesticks have the same characteristics. So it is a spin top candle with indecision. You can see the opening price. It initially opened up on the 5 minutes, came down bearish, picked up by higher low support, came back to the opening position of this 5-minute candle, came all the way up to that daily yellow line, and then got rejected. And then the 5-minute candle just came right back down to its opening position. So you can see it's a spin top, but now there's a little bit of bullish volume filling back up. So let's see where and how the first 5-minute candle will close. Okay, so it's coming up bullish. Will it close with some bullish volume above that yellow line and continue bullish, maybe up to the top of the trend line, or right here where we have our SST sell signal at 3764 area? Vincent, did I promise to teach you swing trading? I did, but remember what I said, 86,000 subs, and we never got there. So I'm a man of my word. There was, right here, if we look at the subs, there's, last time I checked, this is 85,880. That's below 86,000. So it's up to you guys. If you want to learn swing trading, we got to subscribe to the channel. When we hit 86,000, I'll come in, like I said, for a swing trading session. It's not up to me. It's up to you guys. You guys, I told you, control the YouTube channel. How do we get subs? There is a lot of traders that come on here and don't sub to the channel. So it starts with you guys. Starts with you guys sharing the channel to your trading communities. If you do like what we do, you know. Where have I been? I've been on a little bit of a vacation last week, but I also came back to some sad news, guys. So I want to be with us for the rest of the week, but my wife's aunt had a brain aneurysm right when I came back on Monday. So right after this session, we're going to the hospital. She's on life support right now. So it kind of hits me. She's been like an aunt for me too, very close with the family. But she had migraines, guys. So it kind of really hit me and scared me, because I do suffer from migraines too. Remember a couple weeks ago I told you, like, someone was in my head hitting me with a hammer in my head and I couldn't focus. I even did a blog on it as well. Guys, this is a shooting star candle that just broke right through here and coming down. Okay, so we'll look at this closing volume on this candle. If it can close below here, it might signal that next leg pushing down. But I'm going to go for a CAT scan too myself, because I do suffer from migraines, guys. I told you, staring at these computers, I've been staring at computers screens for over 20 years plus. I lose focus and all of that. But you know, when I went to the hospital yesterday, even I spoke with the doctor there, and he said, yeah, you're a good candidate. You need to get checked out too. Because just like that, I could not believe it. She had a brain aneurysm on Sunday morning and on life support. The bleeding is not 1 millimeter, 2 millimeter, it's 2 centimeters, and they can't operate because there's so much blood in the brain right now, and she hasn't regained consciousness. So it is scary, guys. She's young. She's only 61 years old, you know, so it's very unfortunate. Guys, your health is very serious. Health is very serious. You gotta take control of your health, everyone. Please listen to me. You know, I know we're all here to trade. It is fun trading, but I tell it seriously. If you get migraines staring at computers, you got to get those glasses or the screen protector or something like that. But yeah, it really hit me home right as soon as I came back from Chicago. So right after this, I'm going straight to the hospital with my wife. But yeah, if we can all have a prayer for her. Thank you, guys. Okay, so you guys can see that there's a little minor resistance, like holding at this yellow line. See, a nice bearish candle. So this could signal maybe our next leg coming down. I'm waiting for this candle to close 90 seconds. Normally when I see that, how it came up bullish and rejected, I'm normally in a sell on that, and then I'll place my stop loss above. But I'm just waiting for this full body to close. Okay, so you can still see there's a lot of selling pressure here. There's still a lot of push down here. So sellers are still there. It is still trending down. I know if you're buying, I'm trying to tell you, you're buying against a trend and at this daily opening price. So sellers are still there. Uming, health is wealth. I 100% agree with you guys. You know, money is not everything at the end of the day. It's not. Money, you know, when you have money, it kind of alleviates stress in life, but it's not everything. You can have all the money in the world, and one situation like that is, what's money going to do when you're gone, right? So guys, enjoy life, as what I'm trying to say. Take care of your health every single day. Your body tells you, you know, your body gives you signs. If you suffer from migraines like myself, you know, take it easy from screen time. Get checked out. There's nothing wrong with getting checked out. Okay, so let's see if this volume will close below this red line, or maybe stop here, turn up bullish, and then go back down. Okay, so here's the close right there, bearish ignited. So if I'm just looking at cutting that candle in half, 50%, it is a bearish head coming down. Okay, so do I sell this right away? If I do, it might come down, get a wick, and turn back up. So yeah, see how it came down, got a wick. So see how it's still holding that bearish head? It's coming back down. Will it get another wick? Yeah, see what I mean? It came back up with the wick. Will the candle turn blue? Let's see. No, it's still holding that ignited bearish head. So this is a third attempt where it came down. Now it turned blue. So now it's coming back up. I kind of marked right there. I just guessed where 50% of that bearish candle is. So is this blue candle going to come all the way back up to test 50% and go back down? Or will it get a wick right here and be a lower high and continue to push down? Okay, so you see how it's coming back up. But it did break that, create that new lower low. Now it's coming back up bullish. Okay, so right around there, that's about 50% of that bearish candle. Will it get a wick and get rejected right there? Okay, or will it come back up and engulf this and like kind of maybe close above and then start that bullish leg? Or will it get pushed down and go down further? Okay, so it's retesting 50% right here. Okay, so you see the retest now. Okay, so it's coming right to test 50% of that previous bearish candle, and it's still showing some bullish strength where it could go a little higher, right? So let's see. Now we've got a rejection. Okay, I'm gonna go into sell. Got rejected, so I'm gonna take a sell. I could go with a really tight stop loss just right above that daily yellow line, the opening position. I'm gonna go a little higher. Just going to go above, you know, this wick and this wick right here, and above 50% of that bearish candle. So that's where my stop loss is going to be. I'm going to look to see if it can come down to trade into this green zone. Okay, if it can continue to push down. So I'm entertaining a sell on gold right now. I know I'm trying to sell a bullish candle. It's not easy, because when you see a big bullish candle coming up, to sell that thing is not easy. So what I'm relying on is the trend and 50% of this volume. Okay, and then if it does come back up, I'm giving it room to breathe where more sellers could come in. So my final stop loss is just above those two wicks right over here. Right there. See where my stop is? Just above that wick, like right there, right above, right at 50% of that candle, okay? So I'm going to wait for this candle now to close. There's about 2 more minutes to go. So if the sellers can continue to offer to these buyers, maybe keep it below here, maybe next bar could come back down. However, if this bullish bar closes above here, then it could start that next bullish candle coming, testing the trend line, and again, the opening position yellow line. Wow, James, you just hit 6% target on your futures evaluation. Scalp sell from that scalp sell gold from that line. That's unbelievable. 6%. Good job, James. Congrats. Okay, so we got a good rejection, but it's also how and where the body closes. Okay, so we got 90 seconds. So far, it's a nice rejection up there, but can the sellers continue to offer to those early buyers in the candle, close it? Maybe I would love if the sellers can close it below this red line. That could really, get that next leg pushing down. However, it could come right back up, but so far we got rejected at that point of control. That's good, showing where the sellers are still there. But buyers continue buying it right back up. Remember, we can't judge a candle until it officially closes. So we've got 1 more minute to go. See, that was a nice rejection coming all the way down there, but that buyers came right back up. So that's a big bullish engulfing candle. It could engulf that entire bearish body previous. It could close right at or above that yellow line. The next bar could be a bullish ignited one continuing to break out of here. Okay, so that's where I got to watch my stop loss just above there. Okay, 7 seconds to go into the close. So close right at the yellow line, right exactly at the opening position. So next bar, opening at the yellow line. It is 7:15, mind you, too. So we have a new 15-minute candle opening up with this bullish volume. So good support down here. So it could not break. They did push it down, but those last minute buyers came in, closed it, engulfed. So very strong. So if you guys are in buys, this could be a nice leg coming out of here. And this is what I would be watching for. So my stop loss is the resistance point to continue to break out bullish. I don't want to be in this sell any longer if it continues to break out of here, because if it closes above here, this entire area could turn from resistance to support. And then when I look at it like this, it is like one bottom, there's the neckline, all of this is the second bottom starting. So when I always say this leg traditionally is the stronger leg, right through there, it could break. That's why I don't want to be in this trade any longer if it breaks through there, because that's where it could just blast right through here. It could close above there, then retest this, then that red line turns to the support, and then the buyers now have reversed the bearish trend. Okay, so that's my final stop right there. I don't want to be part of this any longer if it does start to break out of here. So I gotta hope right now that the sellers could step in to keep this bullish leg from breaking out above here. So it's got a wick, an early wick, but remember that candle opened strong right at the opening balance, right at that yellow line. So sellers got to get it right back, close it below there in order to push it back down. But while that's happening, buyers are buying. Okay, so I'm trying to continue to trade with that trend selling, but this is where the trend could reverse, right? And if it goes against me, I don't want to continue to hold a sell when I'm watching the trend possibly reversing, right? You guys got to get in the habit of that too. Okay, there's no point in just holding trades when you can clearly see how strong the buyers are and where they close it. Okay, yes, it goes down as an L. I lose. I understand. I know it sucks. Sucks for everyone. But that's life of trading. Even when you're trying to trade with the trend, sometimes it doesn't work, right? That's how trading is, guys. I'm trying to show you guys shit like this happens. All I can do is, when I'm getting into a trade, not over risk my stop loss. Give it enough room to breathe without risking too much. That allows me to take another trade at a later time. Okay, so I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out. It's almost there. There's a little bit of a wick. I'm still in it, but I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get tapped out. A lot of strong buying volume. They're asking to trade up here. I'm still holding it. I'm still in it, but very, 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 very close to taking me out. I'm still in it. Still in a sell. Okay, there's a good rejection. But it comes down to the closing. I'm still in it, guys. I never got tapped out. But one more push back up could come to that high, and then I get taken out. 1 minute and 15 seconds to go. This is what we got to watch for, is this next push up. And also the close in 47 seconds. Cool, you got clapped. It happens. It happens. I get clapped too in trading. It happens. So buyers are strong now, starting at 7:15. Strong buyers, okay? We still have a little bit of selling pressure right at that red line, right at that red box. It's going to come down to where this body closes, because it could transition into the next candle, pushing, filling that wick, and breaking out. So there was that rejection. I'm still in the sell. I'm in drawdown. The next bar opened bearish, ignited. You can see the head right there. But it did close above this little red zone. Okay, so I'm flipping it green for the time being. So sellers, if they're here, we got to continue to push it back down, close it below there, retest this, we make it red, and then maybe get back into the original sell. However, came down, bullish candle, so now it's coming up. Will it fill that wick and continue to break out? So as soon as it fills that wick and the new high, that's it, I'm getting stopped out. So I have to rely on sellers now to step in and create a lower high, like basically right here at this red box right there. Can it get a wick and push this thing down now? Or is this going to be a bullish candle continuing to ask up here, trade into that wick and create the new high, which I don't want to be part of any longer in this trade. So I'll verbally let you guys know again when I get stopped out. So far there is a rejection wick right where I want it to be rejected. But now we got to, offer to those early buyers and then flip the candle back down bearish and try and get it back to the opening position, this yellow line, and get below it again to continue to push down with that trend. Okay, so I got the rejection that I like right there. That's the rejection I want, right at that lower high red zone. We flip the candle back bearish, okay, but it's that spin top again. Okay, so there's some indecision at the opening price of this candle. Can the sellers continue pushing it back down? We might come back down and retest the opening balance of today right there. However, buyers are buying. You can see the daily candle is got a little bit of blue volume. We got to come back down to that 3763 and maybe get below it again, okay? I'm still in my sell. It's in drawdown. Very close to getting stopped out, but still, we got some sellers above us. Okay, so that bullish volume is still holding. We never kind of broke that candle. So it's coming right back up to the open, to the high. Could easily fill through there. Okay, guys, and I'm just verbally letting you guys know I will get stopped out right up there. Right at like 3766. And then I'll have to look for a second trade after taking a loss. Okay, I might have to wait till 7:30. Maybe 7:45, look for another trade. And then my second trade will be looking to make up this loss and get back to break even. Okay, so now I got to watch for equal highs or a lower high right here. With 1 minute to go, got to watch for a quick rejection. There is a little bit of a rejection there. I'm still holding it. They still haven't tapped me out. There is a rejection there. They're pushing it down. I'm still live, but I'm hanging on by a thread here. We need a good close, like a good rejection right into the close in the next 30 seconds. However, buyers are asking to trade right at the high, but there is a good solid rejection up there. Like if this candle could flip and turn black like a bearish shooting star or a bearish pin bar, that would be excellent for the sellers being at that location. Okay, I'm still holding it, guys. I'm still in it, in drawdown, held by a thread, but man, we're going to see if this higher time frame red zone, that hourly red zone, can hold up. Here's the close. So they pushed it right back down to below the red zone. So this is where we want to open bearish ignited and push down, right? We want to feed off of the rejection, and open a bearish bar and continue pushing down. However, if buyers continue asking, you see how they're building higher lows, it could easily fill those wicks now, and then third attempt takes me out right now. Okay, good rejection to open this candle as well. I wouldn't call this manipulation necessarily. It's just, you know, buyers are strong. They want to buy, continue to buy those lows. But I'm just relying on the structure above, right? I'm still hanging on, but buyers are showing us their strength right now. We got to flip this candle bearish. Really important, like right now, going into 7:30. This would be the time to flip it back down. However, if we can't, close strong up here, 7:30 could start continuing with this bullish leg, breaking through this hourly resistance up here, okay? This is where a lot of times they hunt for stop losses, okay? So you might see a big bullish candle just break right through here, stop me out, and get a wick coming back down. Okay, so if that's the situation, that happens. Okay, you know, you guys have been trading just like me, understand what stop hunts are, so it could happen. You know, I'm very well prepared for it. You can't get angry, can't get upset. If it happens, right? If that's the situation, then place your stop loss a little higher. If you want to go a little higher, right up to 50% of that red zone or above the 200 EMA, you could. I'm not. I'm going to keep my stop loss where I placed it and see if this block can hold up. But we need sellers to bid down in here quickly. You know, bid down in here, close this bar bearish with a black body. Again, guys, I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out. I'm just sitting right at 3766, just right above there. With a minute 50 to go on this candle. Still holding it, but they're very close. They're going to take it out. No, there's one more rejection. One more rejection. Man, I'd love to still stay in this going into 7:30. If they can flip this candle bearish, I want to be part of that. 7:30, maybe there is a push down. I'm still holding it, guys, in drawdown, but you can see that there's 3 good wicks up there. Okay, but we gotta close with a bearish bar. We gotta get a bearish black head down here, close it as a bearish shooting star, maybe as a bearish pin bar. Okay, so I'm still in this, in drawdown, 3 rejections at that hourly resistance, trying to continue to sell with the trend. Man, and these buyers keep asking to trade up here. So, eventually they're going to maybe create that new high. If it happens, it happens. Watch right now, right into the close going in 7:30, or just right when 7:30 opens up, it opens bullish, come up, could take out those stops and then go back down. Has not closed above there, but here we go. Get ready for some volatility. It is 7:30 now, bearish. We got to see it come down black. Again, I see a small wick there, so they're holding it. Could come back right back up bullish and come up, but we got a bearish candle. Man, this is where I'd like to see them redistribute to the downside, like quickly. Come down bearish. Okay, it's a good bearish candle, again, pushing down, but can we come back down in here? Okay, so that's nice, but remember now it's got a little bit of an uptrend. So as it's coming down bearish, it could pick up a higher low and come back up. So now we got to continue push down, but close below. See that, how it came down, picked up that higher low wick. So now it could come back up, flip the candle, turn bullish, and just fill those 3 wicks, get stopped out, but hopefully it's still ignited, opening at 7:30. Can we redistribute to the downside with this? Okay. Oh man, I don't think I've held a trade this long. Getting close to being stopped out just by a few ticks here. But just going with the flow here. We moved into 7:30. It is a bearish ignited candle pushing down. My stop loss, I told you, was just right above that red line. Still safe. No, it's not praying time. I don't think you need to pray. If you're not over leveraged, you shouldn't be panicking in a trade. You don't need to hope and pray. Just rely on structure. It's an hourly resistance for a reason, but if the buyers do flip it at this time, then it shows me buyers have the upper hand, okay? And they're breaking the trend, and this could lead to the bullish trend. However, if the block is still intact, which is showing me there's a rejection, and a 7:30 bearish ignited candle pushing down, that the block temporarily is still bearish. But every time we come down, picks up that higher low, coming right back up. So, just rely on structure, guys. That's all you can do in trading. Rely on structure. Don't over leverage when you take a trade, and let the trade play out, right? If you want to hope and pray a little bit on the side, you can. You shouldn't be having a heart attack either, LY. You don't need to have a heart attack. Stay healthy. We were just talking about that. Health is more important than just a candlestick, right? You want to be able to take another trade in another 5 minutes. No heart attacks, no panic attacks, no anxiety, no stress. Just let the blocks do their job. Just don't over leverage. I have a pretty tight stop, to tell you the truth. Like, I could have placed my stop a little higher, okay? Just right at here. I'm just looking, I told you, just above that wick, about 50% of that bearish candle right there. But every time it comes down, it's got that higher low coming right back up, okay? So as soon as this candle flips, it's got right there, okay? So they could drive now. This could be the 7:30 push. This is the bar that's going to take me possibly out. Again, I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get taken out. I didn't want to see that candle bar flip. I wanted to see it hold its bearish ignited head, but you can see how strong the momentum now is below, okay? So this looks like the push I'm going to get taken out on. Okay, I got taken out. Okay, so I gave it enough room to breathe, but that's it. Now it changes. So now if this buyers close it above here, you can see now we've broken out of the channel, and this could start to turn bullish now. So all of the buyers now, if you're buying gold, you know, let's watch this. Okay, for the sellers, they kind of broke it through here. And that's it. So we got to watch now how our hourly red block holds up in here. I got stopped out, yes. Why did I go in and sell at that level? Well, if you were paying attention, that bullish candle that came up got rejected right there. It caught a wick and came all the way down. I was part of that, but then it was a 5-minute candle. Then it came back down the second leg and closed above there, okay? Had I waited for it to close, I don't think I would have been in a sell. But I took the sell while it was coming up and got rejected at that 50% point there. That's the explanation of that. Had I waited for it to close, I would not have been in a sell there, because then I would have saw it was a bullish engulfed candle. So that's the problem. When you want to take retests at the points of control, you know, you gotta go with the flow of the market. Okay, if you take it, I did take it. That's why I'm not making excuses. I didn't wait for the candle bar to close. Sometimes when I take it, where it comes up, it gets rejected, and then it's coming down. You're already in profit, and then it breaks down. Then you got the push down. That's the explanation. And now you see it, guys, okay, showing now. So I'm not done trading, okay? You might think I'm done trading because I take one loss. I'm not, okay? I'm a trader, guys. I hang around, okay? But what I learned from that trade is, yes, okay, I did get stopped out. It's not the end of the world for me. Or for you guys, not the end of the world. But what we got to notice is, look how strong the opening balance is now, okay? So if you're continuing to sell, look at now the buyers have stepped in at the opening balance and they're coming right back up. Now we're trading in that hourly resistance, okay? I had my stop loss just right below there. But now this is an hourly block, okay? If these 5-minute candles cut right through this could we could be buying a pullback now, okay? But I'm going to continue to wait, okay? I don't want to just reverse and get into a buy, because then they could push it right back down. I'm going to wait for now, watch how it transacts in this zone, and continue to watch what's happening here. Bronson, that's the way. If it's not going your way, cut the trade. A lot of traders don't understand that. Okay? Yeah, I know. I could have placed my stop loss higher and higher and higher. We could all do that. But then we're just taking a bigger and a bigger and a bigger loss. Okay? So I gave it enough room to breathe. I saw where it got rejected right there. It was about 50% of that candle. You see it held there. It held there. It held. Our 730 candle opened bearish and started pushing down. We could be all celebrating right now. Like, that could have been a bearish candle coming right back down, closed below there, and then it's got the next leg down. But it didn't happen. But what I'm doing is I'm not allowing it more room to continue to come up, okay? It happens, guys. That's why, I'm a live trader, but I take more losses than most live traders, because I place stop loss pretty tight. I told you, it's a tight stop loss right there. I could have placed it as high as here, but what's the point of that? What is the point of that, okay? To me, I see no point. We gave it enough room there. The sellers showed me. They're not there. They're not there. I don't want to sell anymore if there's no more sellers. Anyways, the more advanced you get in trading, you'll understand over months and years what I'm doing here. Maybe if you guys are new here, you guys have no idea, but you will eventually learn. You'll learn. Then you'll say, I understood why he got stopped out there. Maybe, yeah, you don't understand why I got into a sell. That's fine. I know some of you guys are saying, why didn't you take a buy? Absolutely. If I waited for that bar to close, yeah, maybe I could have been in a buy instead of a sell. But if you watched that candle where I took it, it came up, when I measured it, 50%, that candle came up and got rejected. And that's when I took the sell. It was coming down, coming down, coming down, but it's a 5-minute candle. When it got back to that open, it came back up, came back up, came back up, and closed above there. Okay, but good support there, holding. I don't make excuses, okay? There's some traders that make excuses. I have no excuses. There's nothing. There's no excuses on that. I told you my mindset on that trade. If it doesn't agree with you, that's fine. I know how trading works. Sometimes I'm in a sell, you're in a buy. Sometimes you're in a buy, I'm in a sell. Sometimes I win and you lose. Sometimes you win and I lose. I know how trading works, guys. But the difference with me and you is I don't over leverage. I used to, and that's when I was blowing up all of my money. I don't do that anymore. That was I trade with 1% of my account per day. 1%, not 10%, not 5%. 1%, 1.0. That trade was 0.2% of that 1%. So that's why I'm not panicking. So I'm not stressed out. Some of you guys were saying you're having a heart attack. Some of you guys are saying you're having a panic attack. I don't understand why you are. I honestly I don't understand why you guys are panicking when you get into a trade. I still now have 0.8% to trade with today. That can give me 4 more trades. I could maybe pick up that 0.2% that I just lost on the next trade. And then I'm back to break even. And then I got to start again with a new analysis. What is the trend? Is it still bearish? Is it going now? Has it reversed bullish? Can I look to buy pullbacks? And am I going to be selling at a higher area? That's, if you really want to learn trading, guys, you know, I know it's not the sexy way. Nobody wants to do what we do here at SST, but that's how we've survived 20 plus years in trading. We're not just here one-hit wonders. We come on here for 1 month or 2 months. You know, I'm trying to teach you guys, if you want to last in trading, you got to humble yourself down and start reducing your risk. Otherwise, you're going to have panic attacks. You're going to have heart attacks. Just like you guys were saying. I don't. I used to when I was younger because I didn't know what I was doing. And too over leverage. It was just over leveraging. So now it's trading in this hourly red zone. Okay, we got buyers, but I'm going to wait for something above here or see if the sellers can come back in down in here. Right now, it's showing me strength. So if I want to buy, do I want to buy the highest point now of this uptrend in an hourly resistance? Probably not the greatest idea. Maybe if I'm looking to buy, I'd like to buy maybe a pullback where at that red line, maybe there, maybe down here. More importantly, I'd like to get maybe a pullback at the opening position if it comes all the way back down there and holds and goes back up. Emmanuel Sherry, are you Mano in Discord? Is that you? I have to know because I can't pinpoint who Mano is in Discord. Is that you, Emmanuel? Okay, I didn't know who it was. Now I know. Okay, thank you. So in about 5 more minutes, guys, I'm going to do one indice top down on NASDAQ and US30. And then we'll come back to gold, get ready for COMEX. And then we just have one more top down to do after COMEX around 8:50, 9 a.m. And then we'll get ready for Wall Street, okay? Because I don't want to rush those two top downs. I don't have my head in the game today, guys. I'm going to try my best. It's just not there today. I got too much on my mind today with what's going on with my wife's aunt and everything. It's just, I'm not there today, guys. But I'll try my best, okay? So just bear with me. I think their family today has to decide on whether to take her off of life support, but it's a big decision that they got to make. So it's not easy. It's not easy when you got a loved one that's on life support. You know, it's tough, very tough situation. Okay, so we're still closing inside here. This is a new 15-minute candle. So you can see 7:30 kind of, when did this trend move? 7:05, 7:10, 7:15, 7:30, coming back up. So with gold, guys, if you guys are continuing to watch it, let's see if the buyers can close. I would say give it this number, 3,770. If it does close above there, this entire hourly zone could turn into support going forward. Okay, then flip that green, red zone green if it does close back above here. If you are continuing, you know, to watch this or look for sells, I would be watching if the sellers bring it back down, close it below here, that 3764 area. Close it below there, because if that's the case, then maybe it could come back down to that opening balance and move back down bearish down in here. But gold is showing some strength right now, but again, it is still pushing down, right? It's still in a trend coming down, but if it closes above here, could start to show some bullish strength to continue to push back up. Okay, so I'll stick with this for 5 more minutes, and then I'd like to do US30 and get that out of the way, and then come back to gold just prior to COMEX. We'll watch how COMEX market moves, and then we'll do NASDAQ in just a little bit. Okay, so let's continue to watch this. View on gold, bullish right now. You saw I got stopped out on a sell. Jared. What's up, Jared? How are you, man? Okay, so I'm gonna get US30 out of the way. Let's do it. Dow Jones real quickly. I'm gonna do a quick top down, 5 minutes, quick top down. Okay, so just real quickly on Dow Jones. Okay, markets have been very strong as of late, especially Dow Jones. Okay, that was the previous double top all-time high supply. Back it started right here. This leg up was December 2024. We came in here February 2025, double top. There's the drop. Continuing into the future, we came back in here July, August of this year, and then we finally closed above with that Powell candle at the Jackson Hole Symposium day 2, where he was hinting on rate cuts. So right there, as soon as that bar, August 22, closed above, you could have gone green zone, stretched into the future, then you see it held, and continue push up. So that zone is below us. Again, you can do what we just did with gold. You can place a yellow line right at 50% of it and place an alert in there. If Dow ever comes back down to, I would say, 44,900, you could entertain maybe a possible buy right out of there, okay? Now, figuring out some pivot points, okay? So remember this zone we were talking about right over here, where just above here, we've got a wick. There's 1, 2, 3, 4 wicks, 5 wicks, about 6 wicks in there, okay? So that is our resistance. Comes in there, push back down. Come in there, push back down. Come in there, back down. Come in there, back down. You got a bullish candle that did close above Thursday, September 11. So as soon as it closed above, you flip your zone back to green, stretch in the future, and then you can see the pullbacks came in the green zone back up, and it took us now, that zone that held, took us to our new all-time high on Dow Jones right up there. That is our new all-time high, 46,710. That was yesterday, okay? Some pivot points. Now, this big bullish candle that came up and closed, it pivoted back down. That started that leg back down to the block. So I would place a yellow line right there. And where it was a pivot of resistance, you can see bar closed above, it's retested. That's support, 46,100. Nice psychological level as well, okay? Continuing to look. Now we've got a pivot point right here. Monday, start of this week, that's where we came up, we closed. Tuesday was a big bullish candle coming all the way through there, which hit the all-time high, then got rejected and came all the way down and closed right there. And even today came up, but we've got volume now below these bodies here, okay? So a yellow line right there, 46,350. You can see that these psychological numbers repeat themselves over and over and over, okay? Now, following yesterday's big rejection, okay, it came all the way down and we closed right there. Where did we close? Where did we open today on Dow Jones? Right here. When we initially opened, it was bearish where we came down, and we've made a low of the day so far. There's my purple low of the day, just marking today's low wick at 46,285. It came back up to the opening balance and was strong bullish candle. It was bullish, so it kind of cleared this zone, came back up to this point of interest, and it was bullish where we came up here, and it made a high of the day. That's my purple high of the day right there, and 46,397. So that psychological number, 46,400, got rejected and pushing back down. So you can see the sellers are there and they're pushing it right back down. We're almost at the opening balance today. So during maybe Wall Street, is it going to reattempt to break that low and push down bearish? If it does, I would be targeting yesterday's low as a point of interest to see if it can come all the way and retest that yesterday's low. So if we flip today's daily candle, turn bearish, it could come all the way down and test to yesterday's low and see if it will hold. If it breaks, maybe we'll come back down to here, okay? Right now it's kind of consolidating. You can see we have blue volume, bearish volume yesterday, we've got some blue volume today. There is a little bit of a zone now from the, like right here, I've got 3 wicks inside here showing me where there is some resistance. It came up there and pushed back down. We had that big all-time high breakout yesterday, but the volume is down there. We've already retested in here and pushing back down. So stretch that zone into the future. And one final thing that I do is from today's high and the all-time high, I just want to acknowledge where 50% of that is. Because if it does come back up all the way up here, maybe 50%, then they'll push it right back down. And that will be a lower high, protecting the all-time high. So the way how to do that is either 2 ways. Option 1, you guess. Okay, right there. From the purple line to the orange line, I'm guessing that that's exactly half. If I don't want to guess, how do we do it? You go from the purple line to the all-time high, and there it is. There's the Fibonacci that tells me exactly where's 50% right there. You could also do a point of control block if you like up there as well to give you a heads up if it does come in there. Maybe that might be a little hidden block in the market where there could be sellers now positioning themselves from yesterday's high. They're placing pending sell orders in the market. If it does come up there, they get filled and continue to push it down. Okay, so that's what I would do with anything above. And we can see if it comes down where it could come down to, okay? Now, from the daily, I go to the 4-hour just to see what happened. Wow, look at yesterday, okay? So yesterday was very bullish at 6 to 10 a.m. And then this candle now, 10 a.m. Look at right after Wall Street, we pinpointed that all-time high, and look how bearish it was. Powell was speaking yesterday, hinted that inflation and tariffs are still going up, and then the market sold right back down. Now we're coming up, back up. I can see that was 10 p.m. last night to 2 a.m. There's the European 4-hour candle. It looks like it's a bearish engulfing candle that made a high, come back down, closed, engulfed. And then now we've got this 4-hour candle that has 2 more hours left, and it is a spin top. It came up, lower high, came back down to the lowest point of the day, and we're right here. So are we going to continue to push with this leg down, or is it making a bottom, like right here, where it came down? There's the neckline. This could be like a second bottom holding, and then it comes right back up and could break out of this to come into that block that I acknowledge up there, okay? Or we could continue push down for Wall Street and continue selling down, okay? Breaking this low point of the day and continue dropping. Okay, so we've got our block above right here. We've got our bigger block above us. We've got our all-time high. Will they push it back down? Will today be a selling day in the market? We will figure that out in the next little bit, okay? So this is where now, if you want to pinpoint that big hourly move, was Wall Street. 9 a.m. yesterday, it moved into 10 a.m. That's when we hit the all-time high. And then you start to see 10 a.m. came back down, 11 a.m., noon yesterday, 1 p.m., 2 p.m. Then you had power hour come back up. This is trading in the futures market, the Asian session. When did we start coming up? There's 11 p.m., midnight, 1 a.m. There's 2 a.m. pre-London. Here's London, 3 a.m. And then we came back down. So we're kind of consolidating. So if you want to maybe see the trend right now, you can see right here, higher low, higher low, higher low, higher low. You can add an hourly trend line if you want to maybe kind of connect the dots in here. I kind of want to maybe take it from here, from that wick to those bodies, continuing to hold. So it is in this hourly trend, but however, if we break this thing down, could really start to sell off today, okay? But it's still holding. It's still holding. Today, now I can see when it came down, back up, came down, back up, came down, back up, bullish ignited candle coming all the way back up, okay? So what I want to watch now on the lower time frames is maybe 50% of this red zone. I'm on the hourly, so I'd like to see right there, 46,375. See if that hourly can hold there, okay? On these 5 minutes, it made this big sell-off right there. There's London, 3 a.m. London, I can see sold off. Found a bottom, 330, came back up. It got rejected right there, came back down. Here was a double bottom. It came back up, but you see it got stopped right there. It didn't come all the way back up to the neckline. They pushed it back down. There's where we just hit the lowest point of the day, 6:40 a.m. Eastern, and now we're coming right back up, pulling down, okay? So what I'd like to see maybe is if the buyers close it above here, can they continue to come up to that hourly 50% and get to the highest point of the day and maybe break it out? Or are we going to continue to sell back down? What we got to watch for on the 5 minutes is the lowest point of the day. Look at the 5-minute candles. They came down right there, they stopped. They came down right there, they stopped. They came down right there, they stopped. So I can place a green box right there at those bodies, showing me that that's where our 5-minute support is. Right, every time it gets down to that lowest point of the day, see it comes down, back up. Came down right there, back up. It came down right there and went back up. So are we going to come back down in here and bounce back up? Or are they going to come back down and physically close it below there and then start dropping it and break that hourly trend line? Then we got some selling pressure on today's daily candle, okay? But right now it's continuing to move back up. So the only other thing I do is I add my SST daily bar indicator. There's my opening balance. I can see my lowest point of the day, came back to the opening balance, came to the highest point of the day, got rejected, and this is where the volume is right now. Still with some daily volume still left in it. We are above our 9 EMA, and we're right at our 200 EMA, okay? So this is Dow Jones. We'll leave it right over here to the left side of our chart. I'll come back and do NASDAQ closer to 9 a.m., but we'll go right back to gold now. We'll watch gold because it's going into 8 a.m. and 20 minutes. We have COMEX. And just to recap, if you're just joining us, do we have any 8:30 news, North American news at 8:30 today? We do not, okay? So we just have to look forward to 8 a.m. open and COMEX at 8:20, okay? But we'll stick with gold now for just the next little bit, okay? Okay, so here's the close of gold. 30 more seconds going into 8 a.m. This is remember this red zone I got from, where did I get that from? If you go back to the hourly, right over here. Okay, so that red zone came all the way back here from this bearish candle from Tuesday. Okay, you can see how it held right there. It held right there, held right there, held right there, held right there. There it closed above, and then we continued to push down. That's why I was trying to continue to sell with that previous bar on the 5 minutes coming down. But this hourly candle is coming all the way right back up. So is it going to close right? No, you see how it was just shy of closing right above it, but it did engulf the previous bar. So that white line now could turn into hourly support. Okay, so we got to watch it on the 5 minutes because we could get continuation to the upside. However, we could look to maybe buy a pullback. Okay, so where would a good location to buy a pullback? Right here by the white line. 3767. You also have the 9 EMA crossing above the 200. So like this location right here. Send location. You know how Habib says, send location. Right over here. Here I'm sending the location. So will gold come back down into here, right to that location, and will it come right back up, right? So if you're looking to buy, you know, you could either buy the highest point if that's your plan, if that's your strategy, or you can wait patiently to see if it pulls back and buy it at a discounted level at a hourly support level now. Okay, you would have to choose which is your strategy. However, this is an impulse candle breaking out. There's no confirmation of volume closing above here as well. Okay, so if you're buying, this is an impulse breakout. We know that impulse breakouts can just impulsively break out and get a wick and come all the way back down. If it closes with blue volume above here, I'm going to flip this entire red zone green. If I have a confirmed candle, then that would even strengthen my decision to buy at this pullback location. The only thing is you have to patiently wait for it to come back down there. That's the only thing, right? I know it sucks to patiently wait for trades, because sometimes they do not come down right away. You might have to wait 15 minutes. You might have to wait 30 minutes. You might have to wait an hour. You might have to wait half a day. You might have to wait till tomorrow. But I would rather wait patiently than just to trade on impulse. Okay. See that impulse candle that broke out now got rejected. So now it's back in here. Where will it close? We'll figure it out in 2.5 minutes. Okay, big bullish candle coming out here. And remember this, for anyone that's in buys on gold, okay, this white line is a 4-hour trend line that's coming down, okay? So just heads up for any of the buyers out there. Okay, and we're going to close in 60 seconds. So if it closes above here, I'm just going to go through my motions. This red box now will turn into an hourly supporting area, okay, with the point of control being inside here. If it gets rejected and closes inside here, it's still a red zone, okay? So that was an impulse breakout. We'll see where the closing volume is in the next 45 seconds. That's what I was saying. If you're going in impulse trade, you know, if it comes up there, you gotta either know what you're doing, or because sometimes it impulsively breaks out and gets rejected and then gets bearish back inside here. So I said clearly, I'm waiting to see closing volume. Unfortunately, you got to wait it out. Okay, here's the close in 3 seconds. Okay, so it looks like it closed, again, inside the red box. I don't see any blue bullish volume closing above there. So I do have to wait out one more candle. I'll put an alert to maybe entertain a buy order at 3767, right around here. Maybe look to buy that pullback. And a reminder to everyone, COMEX is in the next 15 minutes. That's why it's not advised to buy impulse, okay? Unless you have rules for impulse trading. Okay, and sometimes if you're taking it, you know, you get 15 pips, you might have to pip and dip prior to that candle closing. Okay, so now we've got a bearish candle coming down. Let's see how far down it will come down. Will it come into this green zone? Will it just come down, be another higher low, and come back up? Will it consolidate within here? Did anyone get caught on that false breakout? It happens. That's why it's always just good practice to wait for a body to close. If it's a 5-minute candle, it's not that hard to wait for a 5-minute candle to close. It's harder if you're trading on a 15-minute, a 30-minute, but 5 minutes, I'm sure you can wait 5 minutes. Okay, so it came down and came down and came down. I'm waiting for it to come into here. And you see how I could possibly miss out, right? It happens, but it came back up and now it's coming right back down with that bearish volume. So will it continue coming near the low, break for a new lower low, take out that low, and then trade into this green zone? I'm going to wait for confirmed candle closures because the first one I took was on an impulse as well. So I kind of don't want to take it on another one, right? Kind of got to learn from your lesson. I know it could come all the way in here, grab a wick and go back up, but then maybe I'll follow it going into the next candle. So it's coming all the way deep down into here now, okay? So remember, now it's trading in the heart of this red zone. This was that where we flipped it when that candle bar closed above. We made it support here. So this is that supporting area now. Now we're going to see if it will hold up with 1 minute to go. So this is maybe a lesson for everyone. You know, if you want to buy these high breakouts, okay, just be patient. If you waited for it to close, look, you could buy down in here. How much of a discount are you getting from buying anywhere up this wick? Well, you can just measure it from down there. It's about anywhere from 20, 25 to 35 pip discount buying right now instead of buying that breakout on an impulse. Okay, if you just want to buy on a discount, you can save right there. Okay, I know it's hard. It's not easy to do that. But if you just wait for the candle to close. Okay, now we got 30 seconds. So will it close at the green zone, below it? Will it hold up here? Then we got to look at this leg, second leg. Will it come back up? Will it be a double top? Will it drop here? And then are we going to start that selling leg back down? And this is all developing while we're 10 minutes away from COMEX market open as well. Okay, here's the close. Okay, so closed right in here. We're coming down now. Okay, so will it respect this zone, come back up? 50%, okay? So 50% is right there. Got a rejection. It's holding in that green zone, okay? So it is holding. 50% is kind of right there where my cursor is. So will it push right back down and then refuel itself and come back up? So if you're entertaining a buy, you're buying this now, maybe second leg that's going to come back up, but it could also go back down and retest down into here. So you got to make that decision quickly. We've got Secretary Bessent in the news right now. You can see on Financial Juice over here. Okay, so it came into 50%, got rejected back down. Will it come down to the lowest point and break and come a little lower, deeper down into here? Will it hold, come back up bullish? Okay, I'm going to go on a buy. I'm going to try this. I'm going to try buying this neckline, see if it can hold some support, okay? This will be my final trade on gold this morning. If I get stopped out, I'll be done trading gold, and then I'll have one more trade for Wall Street. I'm going to see if it can hold in here, come back up to trade back above here, and then see if I get some closing volume above here to continue to fill back up. So I kind of bought this location where it came up. I waited. I saw it got rejected. As it came back down, that's when I got in my buy. My next thing is just got a stop loss placement. Okay, so maybe I want to give it this entire zone to breathe in here, because if it does do what I want it to do, come back up, close above here, I could flip this entire red zone green and build off of it. So my stop loss is going to be placed underneath this wick right over here, that low. That's where my stop is going to be placed. And then I'm looking for target for TP to continue to come back up, fill that wick, and maybe break above that 4-hour trend line. And maybe, let's see what we got above us, points of interest, maybe like 50% right up to there. See if it can drive up to there, around 377.374. Okay, so I'm in a buy on gold. Okay, and then just stretch that green zone into the future, and let's see if it can continue to hold up. So still lots of resistance at that point of control of that bearish candle. It came up 2 times now, came up, back down, came up, back down. So if I lose this bullish volume, it could trade back down into here. If it closes, I'm going to have to flip this zone red, and then it will come a little deeper down into here. So let's see if the buyers can continue to close it above here. And even if you wait for pullbacks, you're not guaranteed to make some money, right? Just because you wait for a pullback, it's not guaranteed to make money. Now the candle turned into a shooting star. So the buyers were there, but there's more sellers now. And we're going into COMEX 2, so volatility will increase as well. 30 seconds to go before this candle closes. So it's coming deeper, deeper down into here. Let's see if we can get a good higher low coming out of here. Okay, there's the close below green zone, so I got to go red. It opened bullish ignited. So it is a bullish ignited open early. It's got to continue come back above here. Maybe it could, if it comes a little deeper down, maybe it could reverse coming into COMEX, get that closure above here. COMEX could open it bullish. So it looks like they could be coming down, grabbing that liquidity down in here. So let's see if it can maintain some support here and come back up. But I also have my stop loss preventing it. If it continues to drop down during COMEX, I don't want to be a part of that, continuing that selling pressure, okay? So you guys see where my stop is, just below that low right there, just kind of above the opening position. I could increase my stop loss and go below that opening position, but that's good enough. I'd like to see how it will transact in here. And then if I get what I'm looking for, I could add another position going into COMEX if I get what I'm looking for. I got to get that blue volume continue to close above here. Okay, so it is building, but it's building against resistance. Got to wait for closing body. Got buyers and sellers right in here. We're 2.5 minutes from COMEX market open, okay? It would be nice if we can get some nice bullish volume engulfing that previous bar, closing above here, so that we can go into COMEX with a nice little block below us, flip it green, and maybe build off of this during COMEX, okay? But remember, this candle has a lot of time. It's got 2 minutes until it closes. It could just come right back up here, get rejected back down. So it's going to come down to the closing price, okay? If we can close above here, this entire zone, that would be much better, right? We could close at a higher price, flip that zone green, make our entire hourly zone green, maybe build through here during COMEX, okay? So it's going to dictate who closes this, where it closes, how it closes in the next 90 seconds, okay? It's a great flip by the buyers, but again, we got to wait for closure, okay? Because we've seen a lot of bullish candles that can come up, get a rejection, come right back down, okay? Ultimately, we need to close above here to regain our hourly support, but if it can close above here, we haven't had blue volume close above here in a long time, so it would be nice just prior to COMEX, okay? I have it marked out from here to there as 25 pips. If you want to reduce risk going into COMEX, that's personally your opinion. So I have it measured from right there right into there, so that's 25 pips right there, okay? So if you want to reduce your risk, you're welcome to. I'm going to leave it open. I want to see what will happen going into the close. maybe we could catch a good trade here, okay? But let's see. You know, it might come back and bite me in the ass by not going to a break even right now. Okay, so we're moving approximately 30 pips in profit right now. Again, I'm more concerned about where we close, okay? Because get ready for volatility now. Get ready, guys. 10 seconds. I'm going to assume we're closing above this block inside. So I'm going ahead to make it green. So I'm getting ready right there. We did close above the big one. Okay, so green really quickly. Okay, okay, so let's see if we can break through and get up to that 4-hour trend line, that white line. Got rejected. Okay, higher low, shallow pullback would be really nice right now, and we can build off of this momentum. Perfect. That's a good higher low support. That's about 40 pips up there. Okay, if it gets up, breaks this, we're moving 40 pips. Then I would highly recommend if everyone can go to a break even if it gets up to that 40 pips. Right there we got rejected, right at that 4-hour trend line. Came back down, still building. Can we continue to ask up here? But if it needs to come all the way back down, we haven't retested this location as of yet, okay? So it's still strong right now. Let's see if we can get it above, break that trend line without coming all the way back down into here, okay? So got rejected. It's a shooting star candle right at that 4-hour trend line. So coming back down, where's 50% of that big bullish candle we just had? It's right about there. So that previous resistance could turn into the support. Now we're retesting the zone here, okay? So this is, unfortunately, this is the volatility of COMEX. You know, it sucks, but this is the volatility, okay? So now we got to retest the bigger green zone right here where my cursor is. That's a point of control of that big body bullish candle right in there. Will it continue to hold? If it doesn't, we might see a big black candle coming all the way back down to retest this location, okay? I never went to a break even. This could come back, like I said, and bite me in the ass. And I didn't scale out 40 pips up there, okay? So this is the momentum and volatility of COMEX. It's the commodities exchange open. Okay, there's a little bit of volatility now. So let's see if it can continue to build here. Okay, so it's right back at my opening position. See, guys, what goes up can easily come down. I'm telling you, when you're trading into COMEX market, when you're trading into news, whether you're trading into Wall Street market open, that's why it's good practice to go to reduce your risk. I didn't, and you can see now, I'm probably going to get punished for this. Unless the depth of market can continue to build this thing back up, okay? So we got 2 more minutes to watch how and where this bar will close. So it killed all of that momentum from that bullish candle. As soon as we tapped that 4-hour trend line, the big sellers came back in. And we're trading back at that hourly support. We're barcoding basically, where it's bullish, bearish. If it closes below here, that green zone is going red, and stop loss could get triggered, and we're coming all the way back down to the opening balance. That's why sometimes, guys, gold is frustrating. It is a very frustrating security to trade. It's not easy to trade this shit. So, guys, I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out here. Yeah, maybe some of you guys secured Joe. I don't know. You know, I always try to give you guys heads up, but I didn't in this situation. Maybe you guys did. But let's see where this thing closes. Okay, we've got to close in 25 more seconds. So still technically holding the bottom of the depth of market. Okay, again, where will it close? Man, it's like a yo-yo game, going up, down, up, down. Lots of volatility has entered the market. Here's the close. Okay, so it did close below that green zone. So, I'm just going through my motions. Did close below. So, can the buyers continue to ask and trade it back up here, close it above, and continue to move back up? So this is volatility, guys. Unfortunately, it does happen during market session opens, exchange opens. It does happen. Okay, so now we got to continue to watch. Point of control of that bearish candle is probably the same thing, this red line. I'm not moving it. It's a static line. It was representing 50% of that bullish candle. It's basically representing 50% of this bearish candle. This is why gold is one of those tough securities to trade, right? It's not easy to trade these things, especially when it trades like this. It's in an accumulation mode, okay? Buyers are accumulating, sellers are accumulating. Buyers are accumulating, sellers are accumulating. Buyers currently right now are accumulating, but every time it comes up, it gets pushed right back down. So there's buyers and sellers both ways. So if you're selling this, I understand. If you're buying this, I also understand. Okay, but remember, one party is going to win and one party is going to lose. Yeah, spreads are fluctuating quite a bit. It's the volatility of the COMEX market open. We don't have any high impact news. It's just COMEX market. So that's a big rejection that came back down. See how the candle turned as a bearish pin bar, but then it got picked up again. So you see where the battle is. It's right at this zone, right at this white line. 3767 is where the battle is. This is either going to regain point of interest on the hourly as a support or as a resistance. It's going to matter where the body officially closes. I know in the 5 minutes we're watching this ping pong game, bullish candle, bearish candle, bullish candle. If you go on the 15 minutes, you can maybe kind of just temporarily clean up that. But even the 15-minute candle is showing a big indecision, spin top candle. That's going to close in the next 3 minutes. And then we're going into 8:30 with no news scheduled. If anything, guys, learn from my mistakes, okay? When it moved up 40 pips up there, you could have gone to a break even, okay? I didn't, okay? Learn from my mistakes. You could have also scaled out a little bit up there, an 80-20 rule, 50-50 rule, whatever is the situation, you could have. Again, learn from my mistakes, guys, okay? I tried to educate, but also learn from my mistakes. Okay, we have 2 more minutes to go until we get the close. So ultimately, as a buyer, I would love for buyers if they can ask and trade up here and close so that I can flip that red zone one more time green and build off of it. For sellers, if it closes back below here, that red zone is still intact, then it could start that next leg pushing right back down and coming down to the opening balance. So, my stop loss is just right below this red line. Maybe some of you guys are saying, Ron, maybe move your stop loss just below that opening balance for protection. I definitely could. But I haven't adjusted it as of yet, okay? Still watching to see where this bar will close in the next 1 minute and 10 seconds. So we got 40 seconds to go into the close. Man. I hate when markets trade like this, just like this barcoding action, where it's bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish. It's in a strong accumulation zone. Both sides are accumulating. So it's going to depend where bodies close. Who will have the upper hand here? Okay. Here's the close. It closed right at that zone. So you notice how it didn't close. I'm a very technical trader. It did not close above that, so I can't go green. This is bars opening, bearish ignited, pushing right back down. Okay, so will it create a little bit of support here? Pick up wicks, or just continue breaking these lows and coming down into here? Okay, so I got to see maybe a higher low, continue to build here. If not, these sellers are in full control. They could definitely come down with this volatility and volume for COMEX, continue to break these, and continue to push this thing down. Okay, so the bottom of the green zone is it's a deep area. It's coming all the way down there. Remember, this was from the hourly. Okay, so are the hourly buyers going to be there protecting, opening balance of today, or sellers are going to take it back down to opening balance? My stop loss is just below that 5-minute low. I could increase my stop loss and adjust it and put it below opening balance. If I do that, then my TP will be larger. Okay, I'm just giving you guys heads up. I haven't changed it as of yet. But if I do move my stop loss below that opening balance, my TP will be, my reward will be higher, okay, to make up for that risk to reward. But still fighting in this area, holy. This is why I think we get migraines when we're trading these type of securities, watching this price action. It's very tough for both buyers and sellers. Okay, for sellers, it's tough as well. Every time it comes down here, gets a wick and goes back up. Every time for buyers, we come up, it goes back down. It's annoying for both sides. Okay, one side does not have the upper advantage here. I'm in a buy, you might be in a sell. But ultimately, it's gonna whoever closes kind of above here can maybe build that second half to the upside. I'm hoping it's buyers. But if sellers close it down here, they could dictate the second half of the move coming back down. Okay, that's how trading works, guys. Unfortunately, there's always a winner and a loser. Hopefully, we're on the winning side of the trade. But it comes down to the closing price. It does. This is just all showing the range. It's showing the accumulation. So that was a big bearish candle that came all the way down there, but it's still held up in our lower half of our green hourly zone so far. Still got that bearish ignited head. The buyers brought it all the way back up, came back down for one more push. Can we flip the candle bullish and turn it into a bullish pin bar hammer candle? Could we physically close it above here and start the next candle bullish back up? I ultimately want to flip this zone green. That's but it looks like it's not going to allow it to happen. Okay, 90 seconds to go. Now we're coming back down bearish. Man, big fight here. Big fight. It's barcoding. Bearish, bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. And then we have a close in 1 minute. This is frustrating. I agree with you. It's very frustrating. But one thing is, don't be over leveraged while you're trading, okay? Then I know it's frustrating watching this, but you don't have to be frustrated by over leveraging. That's one thing we're trying to also teach, is just reduce your risk and allow things to develop, whether you're a seller or a buyer, okay? And don't panic while you're in the trade, or revenge trade, or add more positions prior to bodies closing. 20 more seconds go into the close. So if it officially closes below this red line, sellers have the upper hand. They've closed it. They've engulfed this area. Next bar could continue to break and fill these lows and continue to attack the opening balance. Okay, let's see if this buying volume can continue to hold this up. Here's the close. Looks like it's a bearish engulfing candle closing back below there. So not only do we have this red block as our resistance, now we've got a line. So sellers could easily come down, fill these, and come down, and I get stopped out. I'll verbally let you guys know when I get stopped out. I haven't increased my stop loss down below that opening balance. So I've got to watch and see if it will build a little bit inside here. There's a good wick down there. Okay, good rejection, but we got to flip that body, get it back up bullish, and just go up and start closing above this red line and make our way towards that red box. Again, engulf, close above, flip that green, and we can make our way back up. But it takes time. It's not easy. So they're coming down with a lot of selling pressure. So it looks like today could be a very bearish day on gold. Okay. Still in it. Good wick down there. They flipped the candle. Okay, so they bypassed my stop loss just by a little bit. I'm still in it. It was good rejection, but ultimately it's where the volume closes. I know it's a nice rejection, but the candle could just easily come right back down and retest that bottom. So, you know, it's a nice bullish pin bar. Can we close above this red line? Build. Can we close above this zone and build, right? So it's a good rejection down there. Buyers are there protecting just below my stop loss. That opening balance is still holding, but it comes down to the close, okay? See, guys, that's why I don't get excited, you know, even when there's a nice rejection, it comes back up bullish. Look how the sellers are coming right back down with 90 seconds to go. So they're just coming right back down the tape, okay? So thankfully, buyers are asking to trade back near the high. So if you guys are learning, everything comes down to where body closes when it officially closes. If you're watching the 1 minute candles, you got to watch where a 1 minute candle closes. If it's a 5 minute candle, you got to watch where this 5 minute candle closes. If you're watching the 15, 30 minute, 1 hour, it comes down to when those candles officially close, okay? When it comes down, makes a high and a low, that's just the range of the candle, right? That's the opening balance, and the closing balance is the most important thing. We have a very nice bullish candle coming right back up, but again, you're probably going to hear me repeat myself. It comes down to where it officially closes, okay? It's a nice candle that came right up there, but look at the response by the sellers pushing it right back down. Wow, okay. So you can see how strong this volatility is. Both sides. Buyers are buying it up, sellers are selling it right back down. Unbelievable how strong this momentum is. Okay, so sellers are in full control. So this one now is going to possibly attempt to take out my stop loss. Coming down now. Got to watch this. Okay, it's a good bullish candle opening. We're at 840 now. So again, it's building. We haven't closed below this green zone, so it's still holding. We're at the bottom of the depth of market on this hourly support block. Still protecting this opening day balance. Has not broke as of yet. But every time we come up, look, lower high, lower high, lower high. So it is technically trending down. Got to get some blue volume and close above the red line or close above this red zone. We had that very nice bullish candle, came all the way back up, but comes down to the closing price. Sellers pushed it all the way back down and closed it there. This candle opened very nice, was very nice and bullish, came back up, lower high, right at that red line, and pushing it right back down. So as soon as it flips, could fill that wick, I'm getting stopped out there. And then we could lose all of today's opening balance and flip the candle back bearish. And I don't want to be part of a buy if the candle flips bearish, because then it could come all the way right back down, okay? So again, I'll verbally let you guys know as soon as I get stopped out here. It's a shooting star candle coming down to attack that previous, that previous low right there. It sucks to get stopped out of this trade because, I could have managed my risk by going to a break even on that candle. I could have also scaled out 50, 60, 70, 80% when it came up 40 pips. So there was multiple things I could have done to prevent this, but I didn't. So again, I don't make excuses. I don't do would have, should have, could have. That's why I got to go back to trading more robotic and not worry about what could have happened, what should have happened, and just go back to more of a robotic style trading. I think I'm going to have a disclaimer going forward. If anything moves above 30 or 40 pips, automatically go to a break even and maybe automatically scale out something. If there's a disclaimer, then at least maybe for myself, then maybe I'll follow it, because I could have avoided this situation where I'm going to get stopped out. And then we're going into 8:45 as 8:45. So a new 15-minute candle is opening up when we're right back to the, close to the opening balance. So if we get a strong candle, a bullish candle closing on this 5-minute, maybe we can carry forward with the new 15-minute candle. However, if the sellers close this one very bearish, they could continue with the new 15-minute candle opening up at 8:45. QBF, you have to be more aggressive. The market shows no mercy. I completely agree with you. I'm a scalper, and I completely agree with you. Normally, I'm very aggressive, but sometimes I'm less aggressive, and you can see how situations like this can come back and teach us a lesson, right? That's what markets do. Got 1 more minute to go into the close. Just got to wait for the bar to close. Will it engulf the previous bar? Will it close above that red line, build off of it, or seller's going to come back down, close it below here? So technically it is still holding this hourly green support zone. That's a good sign for buyers to continue to hold that, because then they're still holding this opening balance, protecting it. But we just got rejected back down. So it didn't close. I really wanted it to close above there to build off of that. Okay, it didn't. So now we got to continue to see how this next bar builds. This one is now representing the new 15-minute candle in the market at 8:45. I know I'm watching on the 5 minutes, but maybe we can get a nice strong 5-minute candle representing the 15-minute candle that can close strong above here and maybe continue to make its way back up. But we are now trading into resistance, and we have a block of sellers above us. So it's not easy to trade into them. We got to close with conviction. Right now it came up bullish. Again, rejected it, lower high. Sellers are in control, can easily come back down, fill these wicks. I get stopped out down there, and then the price is coming right back down to the opening price. I could give it a little more room to breathe. If I think that it's going to hold this opening balance, give it a few more pips to breathe, but I'm not changing it as of yet, okay? I've got it set there for a reason. I want to see if that location can hold up. Trading is not always just about getting in a trade and just keep adjusting your stop loss and just keep giving it more room and more room and more room to breathe. If you get stopped out, you get stopped out. That's how trading works. If I actually feel it's a good idea to open it up a little more and protect that, yeah, some situations I will do that, and I'll let you guys know why I'm doing that. As of now, I'm still intact with where my stop loss is. I know it's really tight now with these wicks now. Seller could easily break it down there, no problems. But it is holding higher lows so far. I just got to get some buyers asking to get back above here, like 3767, 3768. Just continue to transact above here. I would just love if they could close it above this resistance line and build this one as momentary support while we get more and more and more buyers asking to trade up here. We got to build some support. So far it's still holding hourly support. That's good sign. This 3765, it's holding strong, okay? So it has not broke down. So our hourly support is still holding. I know our short-term 5-minute support is breaking, but at least the higher time frame is still technically holding. Chris, it's frustrating. I know, believe me, it's very, very, very frustrating. Sometimes when you're trading with no news, this is how markets tend to trade, okay? It's Wednesday, could be just a midweek day trading like this. You can see our daily candle got indecision, okay? It's just got a little bit of bullish volume. That's why I'm trying to see if our daily buyers can step in and just start to move it back up here. But if we lose this, then it could turn into a bearish daily candle coming right back down, okay? So far it's still holding technically. We have a nice bullish candle coming right back up, but we've seen a lot of that. We've seen this one, we've seen that one. This one was nice and bullish, came up and got us all the way down there. So we are coming back up. Again, I know I sound very repeated over and over, but it comes down to where the body officially closes in the next 1 minute and 20. And just a reminder that this one is representing our 15-minute candle. So if we get a 5-minute volume closing above here, we could build and our 15-minute candle continues to push up, okay? So this is a good 5-minute candle. This is a great 5-minute candle. It's representing our new 15-minute candle, but the closure, I cannot stress how important it is. I want to first build off the bottom. So I'd like to see if this blue volume can close above this red line to make this red line momentary support, right? Then it will strengthen my stop loss down here. I also want to see if we can close above this zone, then we flip that red zone green and we can build a little bit of support off this. If we can close above this red line, then that could even strengthen our zones below us. But let's figure out where it's going to close in 30 seconds, because sometimes when it's building like this, you see a big rejection and then it comes all the way right back down. It wouldn't surprise me. With the way how we're trading right now, that I definitely wouldn't surprise me, okay? I know that's why a lot of traders are getting frustrated with this. Even sellers are getting frustrated that it did not break there because they're waiting for the opening balance to break to flip the daily bar back down bearish. But our buyers are there. They're proving to us they're there. They're still there. Depth of market hasn't broke down. My stop loss held up right there. Now let's just see. There. Okay, so let's just go through the mechanics. Did we close above the red zone? Yes. Can we officially change it green? Yes. Is this red line now support below us? Yes. Okay. Now we got another location right here to continue to break above. Okay. If we can continue to go, I'd like to target that point of interest right there where we opened 815, and there's where where we closed, and then that's where COMEX opened 820. That took us all the way down. So are we building our way back up? Okay, we've got a good bullish candle again. Let's see if we can build with this thing. Okay, so for anyone that wants to buy gold again, you can see where a good location would be to buy down in here, where we just, dealt with that down there. So if it ever comes back down there, that could be a good double bottom for any buyers. I would place an alert at this red line. 3764 would be a great location to buy back. You can see that the daily buyers are here. They're protecting this from COMEX. Okay, so if you're looking to buy a pullback, right down there, I'm literally telling you guys, this red line is a great area to entertain a pullback buy if it gets down there. Okay, so that was a great push up. Now they slammed it back down. Now we're retesting the zone now, and that's where you've got your 200 EMA and your 9 EMA collapsing together. They're basically trading identical where they are. So this is where you could literally get one of those bullish crossovers where the 9 crosses above the 200 and builds above here. But when they're together, when they're side by side, it's consolidation, and we literally just traded through all of that consolidation. Okay, so let's see maybe if the buyers are here, holding up, closing above. Again, we've came all down in that depth of market on the hourly, and now we're coming all the way back up. So can we get buyers now closing above this green zone, build off of this, and see if we can continue to come and make our way back up? Okay. It's not easy, guys. It's a frustrating trade. I agree. It is. But it is also frustrating for sellers as well, both sides. Okay, so my only mistake on that trade was when I moved up 40 pips up there, I didn't move my stop loss to break even. You see, it would have got stopped out on that candle, and then I didn't take out anything while I was up 40 pips. So I'm telling you where I screwed up on that trade, but then I still held it where my stop loss is. They almost got me. I verbally tell you guys where I placed my stop loss. I let you guys know if they tapped me out. They didn't, okay? I'm still in it. I'm now in a little tiny bit of profit, but I didn't hold all through this to just make 5 or 10 pips. Okay. So we got to continue to watch the building. It's a shooting star candle continuing here. So we got to go through these motions, guys. I know it sucks, but I'm in this trade for a long time and it sucks, but just got to continue to watch where bodies close, okay, and how they build. Okay, so we did come back up. It did make that higher high, come back down. We're retesting this. Sellers are still in control from up here, still pushing down. But can we build? And then we also have our 15-minute candle we can also rely on. So even our 15-minute candle is going to close in 6 minutes. Can it officially close above this green zone and engulf? Then maybe going into 9 a.m., we can continue to build out of this. Okay. I know we did US30, guys. We did US30. I'll do NASDAQ in a little bit. It takes me 5 minutes. I'll get NASDAQ done. And then we'll get ready for Wall Street a little later. But let's focus on this gold because we've been in this. We've invested a lot of time into this. So let's watch this thing now. 30 seconds to go into the close now. I'm trying my hardest to get like a bigger reward for us here, but you can see when days are trading like this, you got to be very disciplined with your trading. You know, everybody wants more and more and more pips, as do I. But when markets are trading like this, you got to be very, very disciplined. You can see I'm lacking the discipline today. I'm not being as disciplined as I normally am, and you can see the market could punish me. Now, just got to go through the motions. The sellers closed it back below that green zone. I know nobody wants to see this in a buy, but unfortunately, I just do what I got to do here. So it closed below there. The sellers proved to me that they closed it below. It came back down. We're holding that support there. And again, we're in a barcoding phase. So it's bullish, bearish, bullish coming back up. The buyers get it back up there. Again, I'll flip that red zone green again, and we continue to build off of it. However, as it comes up, I wouldn't be surprised if it gets a wick and comes right back down. The way how it's trading wouldn't surprise me. But what would really prove where we could squeeze these sellers is if we get a nice blue candle, we start closing above here, all of these COMEX sellers from right here, their stops are above this 4-hour trend line. Here, 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 and here. Their stop losses are just right above this red line here. If we can continue to, close right here, retest this, drive through there, we are attacking their stop losses just like they tried to attack my stop loss and others below here, but it held up. So now we got to go opposite direction and start attacking their stop losses, okay? But it's not just moving in a bullish direction, it's barcoding, it's building. Both sides are building. So we got caught in a consolidated phase during COMEX market open. Normally, sometimes COMEX market opens one direction. It just goes right up bullish and continues to build and trend off of it. Sometimes it's very bearish and just trends bearish off of it. We got caught in sideways, but we're continuing to stay with the volume. We're momentarily still in the money, but not really. But we got to continue just to watch and see, okay? And we're going into 9 a.m. in 2.5 minutes as well. So when I go back to the hourly now, look at this is what we had this hour, okay? So it came up, that was the buy we were in, then it came all the way back down. So you see where my stop was placed, just above there. So those daily buyers on the hourly are still there protecting the opening balance. They brought the candle all the way back up. Now they might be flipping it as a bullish pin bar with 2 minutes to go, and maybe it will close above the green zone. That's my hourly green zone. Maybe 9 a.m. we can officially build off of all of this accumulated volume that we picked up from the bottom of the depth of market, and then we can redistribute it to fill our previous high and get up to here. The reason why I have that red line right there is it's representing 50% of that bearish engulfing candle that came down at 4 a.m. That was just after London market open. And then you can see we're not too far away from the highest point of the day. Okay, so let's watch. We got a nice bullish candle building back up. It's going to close in 90 seconds. It's a beautiful candle coming right back up, but we've seen a lot of beautiful bullish candles, and then they just got rejected back down. Okay, so again, we got to watch where it closes, unfortunately. Okay, because it came right back up, but notice how it made a higher high from the previous high. We have to continue to make highs in order to continue to go higher. So, but every time we make a high, we encounter new resistance, and then it got pushed right back down. Oh, I don't know how much longer I can last in this trade. It's tough, guys. Not easy. Whoever said trading is easy, show them this clip of this trade we're in. Show me where this is easy. But let's watch going into the close. Okay, so again, guys, I'm going to warn everybody. There was volatility during COMEX. There's going to be volatility coming up in the next 30 seconds. Why? Because we have a new hourly candle coming in. So new hourly momentum, new hourly volume, hourly traders are waiting now in the market to get activated. So they're going to be coming in, all depending where this closes. If sellers slam it back down, hourly sellers will come in and continue taking it back down. If we can close strong up here, hourly buyers might come back in and take it back up. So, man, we got to watch where it closes. When you're in a trade, you can't really do anything but watch where it closes and eyeball your stop loss without over leveraging. Okay, that's how you can continue to dissect each candle without panicking. Here's a close. Okay, did it close above our red zone? Yes. Okay, can we officially change it green? Yes, just go through the motions. Those things we can do. So it retested, it came back up, pushing back down. Now we're in the barcoding phase again. Okay, you can see we did not close with bullish volume above that red line. So sellers are still here. They're still pushing it back down. Okay, this is a little bit of volatility from the new hourly candle. It's retesting our zone. You've got the 9 and the 200 just, you know, kissing or crossing over. So if you guys do use the EMAs as confirmations, you can see that they've gave a lot of false confirmations here. I don't rely too much on the EMAs. I rely more on my zones, but I do utilize them as confluence. It's nice to see them crossing over to the upside. That's nice as when you're in a buy. Also right there, that's where the 9 crossed below. So if you're going to sell, you see how it crossed below. But I rely more on my depth of market as opposed to just EMAs. So it would be really nice if we can get that buying volume closing above this green box, because then officially we can say then this is an hourly supporting zone. We went through the entire depth of market. It built its way back up, and then maybe we can start to break above this 4-hour trend line, this white line above us. That's where we got right up to before it decided to come all the way back down. So can we make our way back above there and break out for that new high? I cannot stress again the importance of closing with blue volume above this green zone, right above here. 3,769.50 cents. How important that is. You reduce your risk a little bit. That's excellent, okay? By reducing your risk. I haven't as of yet, but if you guys have reduced your risk, that's excellent, okay? I haven't. Again, rejection, rejection, rejection. Sellers are strong above here. But if the buyers can continue to close it strong above here, you can kind of visualize the squeeze that we're going to have if we can kind of close above here, okay? Because then it's pretty much factored in that if we close above here, we could fill those wicks and squeeze up to there. But those sellers, holy, are they ever strong up here? And I'm going to stick with this for 10 more minutes, regardless, whatever happens, whether we're in profit, we're in drawdown, or we're stopped out. Because I'm going to have to do a top down on NASDAQ. We already did US30. I'll do NASDAQ, and then we'll get those two ready for Wall Street, okay? And then we're going to have to manage this on our own. So now we're trading right back into that green zone. Again, bar coding. Wow. Bullish, bearish, bullish, bearish. This is as tough as the volume can get. If you're kind of surviving this, you're doing okay. Okay, you're doing okay. But this is tough volume for both sides. So it's tough for sellers because sellers, every time they see that big bullish candle coming up there, you know, that was a big bullish candle, that was a big bullish candle. So it's tough for sellers. Also for us buyers, you know, every time it comes down here, come down there, and then I see that rejection, 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 it's tough for us as well. Guys, all I can say is it's tough on both sides. I know some of you guys are selling while we're buying, and sometimes we go into buys while you're selling. It happens, right? There's got to be two sides of every coin when you trade. But the only thing we can do together as a team, whether we're buying or selling, is just manage your risk. That's it. There's no other thing to tell you guys. If you're not over leveraged, I'm sure sellers are still holding their sells. They're not impacted by those bullish candles coming up because nothing has closed above. Same with, I'm not over leveraged, so I'm not really impacted by that pull down in there. No volume has closed down below there. Okay, it's unfortunate that it's sideways. It sucks. Just got to continue to watch where bars close. Okay, is it still holding this green zone? Here's the close in 3 seconds. It's a bearish pin bar, closed with a little bit of bullish volume right at the end. So it came, retested the green zone, still holding. We got another bullish candle that wants to attempt to break and fill. Okay, but again, I'm telling you guys the importance. If we close above there, then we could officially get that squeeze coming through there. But this candle could come right back up, be another lower high, and they slam it right back down. Okay, they did it there, they did it there, they did it there. Why would they not do it again on the next bar? So this is where we got to really kind of ask to trade up here and get that bullish. See, again, it came up, lower high, slam back down. Holy. Very, very tough market today. Tough market. Wow. Hopefully Wall Street doesn't trade like this too. But this is extremely, extremely consolidated, tough volume. But if you're still with me, you're still holding. Okay, we now we're pushing, we're squeezing those wicks. But I can't. Again, I'm gonna forewarn you guys how important it is to close with a body above this green box, because then we've kind of traded right through that entire hourly depth of market. We picked it all back up from literally the bottom, just almost got my stop loss by just a hair. But then now we can start to redistribute all of this accumulated volume to the upside. And then we could really get a nice profit of more than 40, 50, 60, 70 pips to the upside. And all of our hard work holding this will hopefully pay off. But we need that bar to close above there. Three more minutes to go, guys, okay? Can we get some, if you guys hit the likes on YouTube, maybe that will help drive us. Remember last week we hit the likes and it drove the price up. So if you guys can hit the likes, we do appreciate it. Subscribe to the channel. If you guys, thank you guys, we do appreciate that, you know, thank you. We're almost at 86,000. We're working hard here, guys. Guys, I'm telling you, my head is not into it today. I've got a family member who's on life support, and me and my wife are going to the hospital right after this. It's the second, third day. They normally say 48 hours, 72 hours. Family's got to make a decision to take off of life support. It's a very close aunt. So it's kind of that's the only thing on my mind right now. So this trade would be great if we can just come through here. But you know, the markets work very mysterious ways. But let's see, 2 more minutes to go. We're getting up to that point of interest, okay? So you see how I have that red line at that body to body, right? That's an important point of interest on those 5 minutes. We have a beautiful candle that broke out of there, made that new high, but we got to follow that closing volume in the next 2 minutes. If you guys are just joining me, she had a brain aneurysm, okay? And the reason why I'm saying this is she suffers from migraines. She just had a migraine. She was complaining about it. She didn't go get checked out that morning. And then it all happened that day. So guys, like a lot of us as traders suffer from migraines, staring at these computers all day. I can't tell you guys, stress how important it is to take care of your health. If you do have migraines, please get yourself checked out. I put with the doctor. I was talking with him at the hospital, the surgeon. I was telling him my situation, and he said you have to get checked out for like CAT scan, MRI, yourself too. Because I told you, like last week, remember when I was telling you someone was like in my head hitting me with like a hammer, and I had to take the day off from trading? I'm telling you guys, migraines are nothing to be playing games with. It's your body is telling you something. Especially migraines are to do with your brain, right? So it's take care of your health, guys. That's why it's important to take days off from computers, from trading. Have a day off if you can. It's not just for your psychology and trading, but it's for your own health. I'm telling you the honest truth. As you get older, you know, you got to really, really look into these things. Take care of your health. Okay, so let's see the body where it closes here. Here's the close. 3 seconds, 2 seconds, 1, close. We did close above. Okay, we got a nice bullish igniting bar. Okay, so we did close above. So now if we do come back down to, come back down to trade in here, we are now maybe building some higher low support. So I just moved my cut line to 50% of that nice big bullish candle where we just closed. So if it does come back in, maybe we can get a nice higher low support off of this. Okay, but now we could build. We finally have a nice bullish bar that has closed, made a new high and closed above. So now maybe we'll flag inside here, and maybe we can continue to break above. Okay, it's 9:10. I can stay another 5 minutes with gold here because it's at a very, very important location. And then I'll come back, guys, and then I'll do NASDAQ. We already did US30. I'll come back. It only takes me 5 minutes. I'll do a quick top down on NASDAQ. But I really want us, we've been watching gold this entire morning. So this is a really, really important location here to see if we can flag right here and continue to possibly break out to the upside, okay? So this trend line, this white line is a 4-hour trend line coming all the way from Europe, right? From the European session. So we're still below it, okay? Now they've rejected it back down. Now we're coming to retest this location in here. So let's see if it can get that higher low and continue to hold in here, maybe continue to break out of here. For those that are still in this trade, it's about 20 to 25 pips up here. Up to the red line will be about 30, but if we can break out, I'm looking for like 40 plus. And then once we maybe have clear skies to break out of here, that's when I'll be taking my stop loss and reducing it. You don't have to necessarily go to break even right away, but you could go and reduce it right below this block. You could reduce it right below that red line. Like you can take it from here and go up there. At least you're reducing it, right? Ultimately, we want to get the trade to break even as much as we can. Some of you guys might be already at a break even. Some of you guys, again, maybe haven't. And look at what happens, okay? There could be a big bearish bar coming in the markets, okay? I don't know how much more I can take of this, watching this, because this is a lot. This really, really, really tests your patience here, Some swing traders don't even watch this. They place a trade, they're in, they don't watch this. You and I, we're watching every single candlestick. So, we get to feel the highs, we get to feel the lows. We get to feel the highs, we get to feel the lows. Again, we get to feel the highs, and then we feel the lows again. That's why it's very, very difficult for scalpers and intraday traders, what we go through on a daily basis. So that's why it's important to keep your emotions in check, because these candles will test your emotions up and down every single candlestick. The way how I get away with this is, listen, please guys, pay attention to this, is using proper risk management and not getting emotionally involved. I follow my zones, right? That was a big bearish candle that came down, but again, it's above my green zone. So you see how it came down and the buyers brought it right back up. So the buyers are there. They're proving to us they're still there. Now, if we can continue to trade near the high, maybe we'll break out, maybe we'll close above here, and then we can continue to move. But trust your zones, trust your analysis, and just don't over leverage when you're trading. I'm not just saying that because I'm streaming live with you guys. I really, really, guys, we have a community here where we teach a lot of traders, right? And we have one-on-ones. And the way how we've changed their mindset in trading from losing, now they're winning, and they're not just doing it for 1 week, they're doing it for multiple years now, is just tweaking their risk management. That's it. Their analysis is fantastic. Their charting, their top-down is better than mine. But they're getting really better at knowing how much to risk per day. They're getting very disciplined. If they make their daily goal, they're done trading for the day. If they hit their daily loss for the day, it's 1%, 0.5%, but they know to walk away from the market, okay? And that's what's separating them from the way how they were losing before and now how they're winning. It's just that. And I hope everyone on this call can learn how to do that, And that's what we're trying to teach here, guys, is it takes a while to learn how to do this. Not easy, okay? But look at, so it came all the way down there, in our depth of market that we built where we closed above. Now it came in, hourly buyers are there, and we've got a strong move, making a new high, breaking our hourly 4-hour trend line. So now that white line can become trend support. Right there was trend resistance. Now if it comes back down in here, we could catch a wick right here. And where is that located? It's located right at 50% right there of that bullish candle now. So it's a bearish ignited candle. They want to push it down. It's got its higher low wick right at our trend support. So all we got to do is flip the candle, fill the wick, and then we could possibly be trading up to 40, maybe potentially for 50 pips up there, then ultimately get it up to that red line, which is where I have it marked at 50% of that candle that came down at 10 after 4 earlier this morning. Okay, so this is a point where, guys, maybe you want to start to reduce your risk if you're in the trade. Take maybe your stop loss to break even. I'm going to go to a break even just to help clear my head here. I'm going to a break even now. So no matter what happens, if this thing comes tumbling all the way back down, then unfortunately it's a break even, but I no longer have to suffer any capital at risk. Okay, I already did. But you see where I placed my stop loss below there strategically. I could have got away with having my stop loss below the opening balance. I didn't. Okay, I trusted my green zone here that the hourly buyers would protect this. Yeah, if some of you guys are taking partials, Joe, that's amazing too. Yeah, guys, I'm all for it. Okay, remember, I'm helping analyze this with you guys so you guys can learn. But if you guys are in some profit, learn how. It's part of the learning process. Learn how to take some money out of the market, right? The name of the game of trading is compounding your account. Little by little, it'll continue to grow over time, okay? If you're not taking out anything, then you're gonna have to continue to go through where it comes down, goes back up, goes down, back up. But if you trust your analysis and you're holding, it's fine. I'm holding too. I haven't taken out any partials. All I've done is reduce my risk, okay? So one step at a time. I could, like someone saying, Chris, are you asking why wouldn't keep the break even at 50% of it? You could. I've had enough of this trade to be honest. I could have moved my stop loss from there, placed it right below that red line. I told you guys that before, or just place it below that green block. You still have a little bit of a stop loss that could get tapped out. I just want to be, for my own sanity, be at a break even on this. Okay, we got a beautiful wick now coming in. So that was a big bearish candle coming into that point of control, coming right back up. And let's see if we can flip this bar and maybe continue to take out. Oh, why didn't I put stop loss in profit 50%? I think maybe I'm getting greedy, Chris, here, because I've been in this trade for so long. Maybe I'm just looking to break here and get that move, right? Greed kills us. So again, learn from my mistakes, guys. Is Ron getting greedy, not taking any partials out of there? Possibly, okay? So, okay, and then you see that big bearish ignited candle coming right back down. And we're going into Wall Street in the next 11 minutes, okay? So, I know gold is not affected by Wall Street market open, but the US dollar is affected by Wall Street market open, and US dollar and gold are correlated. So that could have an impact on how we move here, okay? Maybe if I get that next push, that's a sign to take some money out of this. I haven't done it yet. I'd like to take some out to recover my previous loss, make out for it, and then just come back. Guys, sometimes trading is like this. You might spend hours in front of the computer taking trades, and then all you have to show is you're back at a break even. Okay? Not every single day is just profit, 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 right? There's days where you're going to have to go in drawdown, and you're going to have to fight to get yourself out of that drawdown. It's not easy. Break even is better than a red day. Absolutely. Any break even is good in my books. Okay, it's a learning. You didn't win, you didn't lose, but you got to learn from it. Okay. My number one thing in trading is not losing capital, because the more capital you retain, the longer you can trade, and the more you can grow your account. If you keep giving away your capital, then you're losing your own money, and then you don't have as much capital to continue to trade in the markets. So it's very, very important, capital retention. Okay, so by going to a break even, I've now protected my capital. Yes, I haven't done anything with my profit as of yet, but I'm going to continue to let it build. I see that the buyers had enough to close above that 4-hour trend line. Unfortunately, the next bar came back down. Bearish ignited, came all the way down there. So will it continue to build? I see a higher low, higher low, higher low. We're still above the 9 EMA. We're still above our hourly support zone. So we're still holding demand. If we can continue to build and get it above here, maybe we will continue to break out of here. Okay, so guys, I know NASDAQ, we got 9 minutes. So I'm going to do NASDAQ really quickly, top down very, very fast. Okay, so we're going to go to the daily. If we can all continue to watch gold on our own, it's a big bullish candle coming right back up. Again, guys, please manage it yourselves if you guys can. Okay, just draw a point of interest at those bodies and watch and see if it will close above and continue to build. If it goes up 40, 50, 60 pips, please, guys, take some out of it. Okay, you know what? I'll even take out 80%. Okay, I'll take out 80% up there, and okay, so I've taken out 80% up there, okay? Hopefully that helps everyone. You know, I did it, okay? So 80% is out, 20% is at a break even. I got to go to NASDAQ really quickly here. So on the daily, guys, okay, so that's that double top zone, you know, moving it into the future, right up there, okay, support. That was a tough trade, guys. That gold trade was very, very difficult. You guys saw the ups and downs, but, you know, we held up. The zones held up. Stop loss placement was correct, and we got a W out of that. So, but, you know, I want to show you guys trading is not easy, you know, like for traders that say it's easy, show them that trade and tell me what was easy about that. Okay, so I don't really have to get down into here because I don't think NASDAQ is going to dump down in here. What we got to do is more focus on where we're trading at right now. Okay, so yesterday we did hit a new all-time high on NASDAQ real quickly. It's right there. There was our orange all-time high yesterday. How high was it? 24,800. Do we have some points of interest of these bodies? Yes. So see what I'm doing? Just looking at these points of interest as if these were 5-minute candles. Okay. There was a body close, body open, body close, body open. Okay. Another point of interest is just right there. Body close, body open. Okay. So I've got some daily points of interest. Now what I've got to do is yesterday we hit an all-time high, but it was a bearish engulfing candle. Look at, we came back down, engulfed all of this and closed below. So real quickly, can we get our Fibonacci tool, figure out the bearish point of control from yesterday's bearish volume? I'll identify exactly where's 50% right there, 0.5, and then I'll get my bearish point of control right there, and that's where our bearish point of control is. Okay, and then just stretch it into the future. Now I can see today how we opened, where we've been so far. So where's my opening balance? So you see this yellow line? Now I'm just gonna manipulate it myself and bring it down to represent yesterday's close and today's open, 24,609. I can see it was originally bearish. We came down, we made our low of the day so far. There's my purple line. We came back to opening balance. Sorry I'm talking fast, guys, but I gotta get this done. We came up right, we traded right into, you can see, yesterday's bearish point of control, and they've rejected it so far, and this is where we're trading at. So just this bullish volume that's left in the candle, can I identify what's left of 50% of this opening and where it is right now? I know it's fluctuating, so this is not confirmed, but gives me a good estimate that that's a good point of interest if we do come back down there and retest this 24,638 if it will hold and continue to go up. If we lose this yellow line, has a high probability we'll come back down to the opening balance and maybe test it's a low wick, could fill and then drop. If it fills and drops, yesterday was a fresh low. Let's acknowledge yesterday's low with a daily point of interest. You know, you could continue to get this wick right there. Previous day, I could also find a bullish point of control of this big bullish candle as well. But we got to go a little bit faster up here. If we continue maybe coming up bullish to today's high and we physically break out of here, where could we go? Just go as if we were trading 5-minute candles to the body to body right up there, just, and then maybe to the all-time high. If the all-time high now, we got a wick and a wick, that's our all-time high supply zone. Remember, sometimes I tell you guys it takes 2 candles to identify a zone. There it is. Okay, so let's just go quickly now to the 4-hour. I know it's 9:25. We got to really move. Okay, so we moved up into there. We came down Tuesday 6 a.m. Then the Wall Street was the big drop. We came back up slowly during Tokyo. There's London's 4-hour candle, and right now we're coming down bearish. Will it come all the way back down, or will it continue to come back up? Okay, so you see the point of control we're trading at on the 4-hour candles. If we go into the hourly, we can see more visually how we moved right up Monday, strong move. Look at all that consolidation near the all-time high, and then they redistributed it back down. See how they filled that imbalance? That big move up, see where it just accumulated buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers, buyers, sellers, and then you had a confirmed candle 9 a.m. yesterday, closed bearish below, sellers accumulated more at the all-time high, came back up 50% of 9 a.m. candle. If you had an hourly white line, it was perfect right there. Push down, continuing to redistribute. Yesterday, now we're coming right back up. So they could continue to come right back down, or we build our way back up, okay? If you want to draw like an hourly trend line, you definitely can. Keep it consistent with maybe starting right here. Keep it consistent, and you can see that we are officially breaking below that hourly trend line, which could cause Wall Street to continue coming back down. On the 5 minutes really quickly, because it's 9:27, guys, there's our 5-minute candles, how they were trading. There's our hourly trend line. There's where the 5-minute candles were closing, back up, came back up, back down. So this is where we're closing. Maybe we will push down, sell off for Wall Street, continuing with this lower low, lower high, lower low, lower high. But however, they could come squeeze one more time and try for the high of the day up here. Okay, so I'm just adding my daily bar indicator. Opening price, low of the day, high of the day. This is where we're trading at right now. We do have a little minor 5-minute support holding right there. We're right at our 9 EMA and our 200 EMA are right together, basically. Okay, so this is what we're going to watch for. It could be a double bottom, right? It came down, there's the neckline, second bottom. Maybe it comes right back up and drives for Wall Street. But let's watch for liquidity grabs. Let's watch if they spike the highest point of the day and reject it back down, or it closes above here and it's continuing to move. Gold came down. That's why, guys, you know, you got to consider taking some money out. That's why I took out 80%. So there's US30 on the left. We got NASDAQ on the right. One more look at gold. Okay. That was that push. Okay. So it moved 50 plus pips right there, and then they're pushing it right back down. Okay. So thankfully, hopefully, everyone is at a break even, and you did scale out a little bit up there. I took out 80% up there. So I'm happy about that, and I don't play that woulda, shoulda, coulda game, okay? So we will revisit gold in just in a little bit, but let's watch now what US30 and NASDAQ do, okay? In the pre-market right now, guys, let's just see what's going on in the pre-market. Any big names? Alibaba is on a tear. It's been on a tear for the last month. It's up 8% in the pre-market. It's trading at all-time highs. What else we got? Any notable names doing something? Amazon is up 1.5% right now, pre-market. SoFi Technologies 1.5%. What else we got? Adobe is down almost 2%. Just Alibaba is the significant name that's up right now. Oh, Southern Copper is up 5%. Okay, copper. You know, we always talk about gold. Not a lot of people talk about silver and copper, but Southern Copper Corporation, guys, if you want to add this to your watch list, its ticker name is Southern Copper, SCCO. This is a really nice security if you like forward dividends. It does give a 3% yield. If you look at how it's been trading the last 6 months, it was basically $74 a share, and now it's trading at $110. So precious metals, gold, silver, copper is in there as well. Copper doesn't get as much love as other securities, but you know, if you look at that, you can get some love with it. Okay, here we go. This is market open, guys. Everyone have their rules. Double check, please, your spreads. Double check your lot sizing, what security you're trading, and either have rules. I'm going to wait for the full 5-minute candle closure, okay? So we got US30 breaking out, very bullish. We had NASDAQ come up, tap into that daily point of interest yellow line and pushing down bearish. I'm going to wait for 5-minute candle closure. I know I might miss out on a scalp, but I don't want to trade just first 30 seconds of Wall Street or first 1 minute. I'll wait for 4 more minutes till the body closes and watch where it officially closes. Okay? Yeah, gold, guys, see? Okay, so it's coming right back down, closed, lost that point of control. It could turn bearish. Let's see if it will close below that opening balance and continue to go down. So congratulations to those that went to a break even, and also congrats to those that took some money out of that trade. Okay, it was a long trade of ups and downs. Thank goodness we made out with something. Okay, US30, very bullish candle. If you're in a buy, congratulations. Okay, NASDAQ is a bearish candle, selling. If you're in a sell, congrats. If none of us are in a trade right now and waiting for the bar to close, congratulations to us as well for being patient. Okay, you don't necessarily always have to trade right away at market open. Okay, unless you were in the trade prior, unless you're scalping 1 minute candles. If we're waiting, we're waiting. Unfortunately, we got to wait 2 more minutes, okay? We could either look to buy pullbacks, sell at premium levels, all of these things, okay? I'm ultimately want to see where things close. Sherry, unbelievable, up 2%. Congratulations, Sherry. It's nice to call it a day now, Sherry. Hit your daily goal, above daily goal. Go enjoy your day now. Amazing. Your consistency, we talk about it on every single call, is unbelievable. And those 1%, 2% can change your life. They literally can. We don't always have to make 10% a day. 1%, 0.5%, just every single day. They add up, they add up, they add up. Not every day are you going to make 1%. You might lose 1% in a day. But if you're doing it, let's say 3 times a week, you're at 3%. Starting again next week, maybe you lose, you give back 2. But then you hit that week, maybe you're up to 5. But think about weeks, months, years down the road. I'm not just talking about 1 or 2 days. Because if you start building that up to your account where it's up 50% over, like, let's say 6 months, if we lose 1%, we give back 2%, it's still okay. It's the analogy of a snowball. Once you get that big snowball rolling, it's hard at the beginning to get it rolling, but once you get it rolling, it will literally push itself down the hill by itself. It just gets bigger and bigger and bigger, and it accumulates more and more and more snow and gets bigger and bigger and bigger. That's how I look at compounding an account. It's like a snowball analogy. I live in Canada, so I know all about snow. If you guys live in hot climate, warm weather in the Caribbean, maybe you got to come visit Canada and I'll show you the analogy of snow. But some of you guys have never seen snow before, so you don't know that analogy. But it is, yeah, momentum. Okay, so we did close above this big red zone. So can we just go through motions and make it green for now? Can we maybe find the point of control of this first 5-minute big bullish candle coming out of Wall Street on US 30? You know, there it is, okay? So the bullish point of control of that candle is still above that big green zone right there, okay? Will it come all the way back in, pull back into here? That would be right there, point of control. Also for NASDAQ, it's got an opposing candle. It's a bearish candle. You could do the same exact thing. You could find the 50% right there. We can find the bearish point of control of NASDAQ right in there, okay? So let's see, it's coming right back in there. Let's see the type of reaction it gets in there. And I'm just basing all of this just right off of the first 5-minute candle. Okay, so we have and again, guys, this is where I talk about all the time. You know, some of you guys that are paying attention, I appreciate you guys. But you see where that closed 99% near the high? And in the next candle, how did it not just open blue and just take out that little tick and just drive? Okay, because the market is not allowing it right now. So it's a bearish ignited candle coming all the way into the bullish point of control. Will it build and hold in here? US NASDAQ came in, pushed back down, okay? Okay, so it came down, inside, got a wick coming right back up. We have 3 more minutes. This was that mistake I made on my first trade today, was I kind of traded it while it was coming in. Remember, it was a bullish candle and it got rejected with 3 minutes to go, and I sold it and then it came back up. So this is where sometimes, guys, you know, if you buy it right now in there, it could technically continue to push back down, right? So, you know, the only other thing that I learned from my lesson was when I physically said what happened there was I didn't wait for it to close. So, you know, did I learn my lesson from that first bar? From that first trade, did I learn my lesson? You know, sometimes you got to learn our lessons. Let's stick to it. I'm not going to buy that, you know, just because of what happened to me on my first trade today. So I got to maybe wait to see where it closes. Maybe we'll build a bottom and then I can buy up with it. Gold. Guys, if you're in gold, okay, everything, go through the motions. That's a green to red zone. The big green zone is a red zone. So you can see how they've flipped everything back down bearish. They've also taken out the daily point of interest, the opening balance, and could continue to push down bearish, okay? So you see how things can flip real easy, okay? Now we have 2 more minutes to go into these closing candles. US 30 is trading in here, still accumulating. NASDAQ is pushing down. If I'm not in a trade, I'm watching. How will it react at today's opening balance? What will it do at today's low? Okay, all of these zones, just continue stretching them into the future. Some traders wait for the first 15 minutes of market open to do anything, okay? You don't have to trade every single candle right away. If you don't have a scalper's mindset, I would wait for a higher time frame. Or watch what happens. Watch NASDAQ, the reaction at the opening day balance right there, that yellow line. Let's see what they do at the lowest point, right? Will they take out that low and come back up? Will it hold here or just continue closing below here? And it's continuing going down bearish. See that? That's a bearish ignited candle coming all the way down. Where will it close? Remember what I said? We could have bought that wick. Yeah, it would have came up 10, 20 pips, but then coming right back down. So then maybe we'd be in drawdown right now, okay? So that's what I'm saying. I learned from my first trade today that I learned from my mistake. That's how, guys, you got to learn on the fly. You got to learn quickly. You see, I didn't do any journaling today. I'm trading live with you guys. So I'm kind of journaling in my head. What did I do wrong on the first trade? What did I do well on the second trade? Things like that. Learning on the fly, retaining information. 30 seconds to go on the close. So I see it came all the way down there. It's coming all the way back up. Where will it close? Will it close above this green zone? Will it come back in there, allow me to get a higher low buy out of there? Maybe push back up. Will it close right there? Next bar opening bullish ignited. All of these things to consider, okay? Here's the close in 10 seconds. Okay, 3 seconds to go into the close. Right there, okay, so it's coming down bearish. Look for a quick wick to come right back up and flip the candle back up bullish. And then if it does, you're trading into 50% of that bearish candle and maybe get back up to the interest point, okay? If it can continue to hold and build out of here. Otherwise, it will come back deeper down. It would be better to look for a buy at that white line because that's hourly support down in there, okay? But right now, it's still a doji candle, still holding in here. Bearish. Will it come back down a little further? Will it take out that low? No, it's still holding, still holding, still building, still building. It's a doji candle turning up blue. Okay, I'm going to buy. I'm going to take it back up to go up to the point of interest and get a little further higher push. Right up there. Notice how I don't have it right up to the red box, just 50% right there. So I'm going to buy on US30, see if it can just continue to build right back up and get up to point of interest where we had that close and that open. I'll measure the move. I'm going to buy on US30, guys. I'll measure the move up here, okay? So from right here to there, 40 pips approximately, okay? To 40, just to fill back up to there. If it can break out a little further, I know it's about 50 to 60 pips, and then I'm about 50% from this red line to that zone right up there, okay? And stop loss, guys, sorry, will be placed. I'm going to give it room to breathe. It is Wall Street, right below the green zone, okay? And then with a bigger stop loss, then I could go for a bigger reward, okay? I'm in the buy on US30. See if it can build out of this zone and continue to drive a little bit. If it can get up there 40, 50 pips, you better believe I'm going to go to a break even. US30 buy, guys. I'm in a US30 buy. Okay, so it came up a little bit, got rejected back down. Got to watch it build inside here again. We'll have another attempt to refuel itself, refuel that body, come back, attempt its high, and go back, push for a little higher, right? But ultimately, I want to see if it can get up to the point of interest of these bodies. You know, barcoding, bullish, bearish, bullish. And I'm just buying out of the first 5-minute block, point of control, from that first 5-minute bar that got produced. I'm seeing if it's holding, getting these pending buyers back in that missed the opening from the opening right when Wall Street market opened. And I'm just looking for a patient pullback buy in that location. Okay, so it is moving in profit, guys. That's 30 pips. Okay, if some of you guys are happy as scalpers, sometimes 1-minute scalpers are looking for 10, 15, 20, 25, 30 pips. That right there could be a TP for 1-minute scalpers. Grab your 30 pips and get out. Or go to a break even and take out 80%, okay? Normally when I'm scalping the 1-minute candles, I'm in and out like flying through this, okay? But if we're looking up there, that's 40 pips measured. That's when you can go to a break even up 40 pips right up to there because it could be resistance and push it back down. However, if we can push back here, we could get a nice higher high breakout. We could maybe close with volume above there in the next 1 minute and 20 seconds. Maybe make resistance support to continue to get us up a little further up. But ultimately, again, guys, it's going to come down to where the body closes, okay? Okay, so the big rejection back down. 1 minute to go into the close. Got to see if it will continue to build out of here. And I know 30 pips is not significant for some traders here. I understand that, but that's why I'm speaking to 1-minute scalpers specifically, okay? Because I am a 1-minute scalper, so I know what I'm looking for as a 1-minute scalper. 15, 20, 25, 30 pips, that's a solid scalp with minimal to zero drawdown. Doesn't get any better than that, scalping a 1 minute candle. Like if you're on the 1 minutes, it's right there. Buy, get it, right there, 30 pips. Coming back down, watching this one build. Will it continue to drive through here? Could be building a double bottom. It's an inverted hammer candle, losing its, maybe its opening ignited head. Then it could push down a little further and see if our buyers will come in at our hourly white line. That's where, you know, I'm giving it room to breathe in there, okay? So, but we're watching this 5 minute candle, okay? Just got to see if it will continue to build in the zone. Came down, building, will it come back up and get back above here? We didn't get any closing volume above there, okay? So it doesn't help us in a buy if we don't get closing volume above there. So now it comes sellers are in control, coming deeper down into depth of market. Again, this white line is very important, 46,375. That's an hourly support. This is much different than just a 5 minute block here from the first 5 minute candle. This is a bigger hourly supporting area. This is where there's bigger pending orders available here in the market. Will the market come down here, pick them up, and move back up, okay? And my stop loss in this trade is just below the yellow daily point of interest and just below this green block and just below this 200 EMA. That's as much room as I'm giving it to breathe if it needs to come in here. But if it loses this, you can see literally where it will drop down to, okay? So I just want to see if it will continue to build in here to come back up for that next leg up. Scotty will go back up. We got to see if it will develop in here, you know. Okay, so we got a good rejection wick down here, but remember we got to flip the candle back up bullish. I know if we flip it, it could turn into a bullish pin bar hammer because the wick it's a small wick, right? But ultimately also, I don't want just like an impulse that would, you know, I want closing volume. So see now how the candle came back to that point of interest. We got it above that red line again. Still so much time left on the candle. 2 minutes and 50 seconds is a long time. So it came a little deeper down into the depth of market above our hourly white line, still holding hourly support. We're basically almost right back to entry, but can we get some blue volume closing above here so we can build the next leg coming back up and to see if we can take out this previous high, okay? So it's a nice hammer candle now building with half the time remaining on it, 2.5 minutes to go. But we got to get closing volume above here. NASDAQ is pushing down, might come down to that opening balance. That's the opening balance, and then that's the lowest point of the day right there, okay? So if you're trading NASDAQ, keep an eye also on NASDAQ. Where I would draw a green block is just below opening balance and lowest point of the day. See if it can maybe pick up some buyers in there. That's why candles get like nice and exciting when they turn like hammers and things like that, but they're short-lived, you know. That's why I look to see how they close, right? Closing is the most important. The wicks represent the range, how high, how low it goes, but closing determines everything, okay? Determines who closes it, where it closes, how it closes, who has momentum going into the close, and who can carry that momentum going into the next candle, right? Whether you're buying or you're selling, you got to continue to watch momentum. So the momentum that I watch is the last 30 seconds of a candle. Really shows me who has the momentum going into that closing period. Okay, so NASDAQ took out the opening balance, coming near the lowest point of the day is that purple line. And now sellers have the momentum pushing it down for both of these, for NASDAQ and US30. Sellers took out that low, continue lower low. If it closes below here, I know we're trading in a bigger green zone down in here at the hourly, but that momentarily that green zone will go red, okay? And guys, I'll verbally let you guys know when I get stopped out. My stop is just below here. Could get taken out right now prior to this bar even closing. Lots of volume in Wall Street, okay? So bullish ignited candle opening. That green box goes to a red box. Okay, bullish ignited open. Let's see if we can continue to refuel it, hold. We're trading at that hourly point of interest we just lost, so that's it. This Wall Street volume could take out that low and come right down there. That's that daily point of interest, 46,350. I have my stop just right below that. If it can't hold, I'm out of this trade, because if this breaks, sellers will redistribute all of this all the way down in here. So let's see if it can continue to hold in here. Again, it came up bullish. Again, they rejected it back down. Still holding the opening balance. Rejected back down. Will it take out that? Okay, it's still holding. It's a spin top candle. Now they're coming down, take out the low. And this will be my final trade of this session. Okay, guys? So it's still holding at that daily position currently. Okay, I got out, stopped out. Okay, so selling pressure is strong. Now, guys, okay, so this gives me guidance for how to trade the rest of the day. If this closes below here, this is all resistance. I would be looking for sells today. If it closes below here, this candle, this daily candle could easily flip, shooting star. I would be looking to sell pullbacks all day. That's a zone. If it continues push down in here, come in here, I'd be looking to sell at this white line or right here and continue pushing down. Today's a selling day. I wouldn't be looking for buys today. That's my opinion, unless it comes deeper down into locations. But I would be selling down with this. Yeah. And then, guys, if it comes back in here, and that's good selling right there. So I would place. I'm not trading anymore. I got to go to the hospital now. But I would be, if I was continuing to trade today, I would be placing an alert at that red line. If it comes in there, I'd be looking to sell at there. That was kind of a, now when I look back at it, look at how it opened, ignited, and continued push down. We came up. So sellers are strong today. Also with NASDAQ, you know, maybe if you want to bring your zone, this red zone, right to the yellow line, go 50% below it, a little lower right there. That would be a good opportunity to look to sell NASDAQ at that yellow line. Maybe concentrate on your buys and sells at these yellow lines, at these daily points of interest, if you're trading 5-minute candles. But guys, that's it for me. My wife is texting me to go to the hospital. I will be back tomorrow. I'm gonna cancel today's webinar tonight. I can't even concentrate, guys. So tomorrow morning, 6 a.m. Eastern, join us, guys. I appreciate you guys. Today was a tough volume session. If you guys can leave us a like, subscribe to the channel. We'll be back tomorrow. Today was shitty volume, and for gold, not for NASDAQ and US30. This is good, clean trading volume. This is good volume actually for NASDAQ and indices. But tomorrow morning, guys, hopefully feeling much better, and I'll be back, guys. Depending on what happens, I don't know, guys. Like if she passes away, I don't think I'll be here. But I'll keep you guys posted, okay, guys? But we'll see you guys tomorrow. Thanks for everything. Today, yeah, it was a tough session. It is what it is. I don't like making excuses. It's just, it was a tough session today. Tough volume. There was no news today, you know, so it could trade like this all day. Tomorrow we have bigger news. Tomorrow there's a little bit more news in the markets. Okay, guys? I appreciate everyone. Hopefully everyone has a good day today. Thank you everyone for joining, and I'll let you guys know for tomorrow, okay? Have a good day, everyone. Thanks, everyone. Have a good day.
Hey guys, good morning, welcome to the live session of Stock Sniper Trading. My name is Dave, guys, my partner is Ron. Let's get down to business here, guys.
In on US30, sell. Okay, I'm jumping in. Guys, that's a 100 pip drop. Yes, we caught it. Hey, guys, 200 pips, please secure.